There we go. Oh wow, you were quick on the draw there. Kakazi, first. First? Go. Starting the days with a quick draw contest. As it was supposed to be. Alright, and Kakazi, that puts you ahead of the pack. Bacon, like you were the first. Although Ortrazini is the only other person who's got 2 wins. So anyway, what-ho and welcome, friends. Aeon, Nova, Kakazi, Bacon, Numbers. You're chilling in Illan. If it looks like I have crazy eyes, I am trying to reset my sleep. I woke up. I woke up at like 9:30, 10. And it feels like I haven't slept at all, so... And Fearless, what-ho and welcome. And Dustin, hello, hello. How are you doing, you beautiful Mother Hubbards? Hey, Aeon, I'll take that as a win. I'll take that as a win, friends. Kakazi, there's 4 in here. While it is tempting to go for like a big old tall boy of that like energy drink that I have in the fridge and what have you, after this one I have to like space them out. So I'm gonna sit this one for a while rather than just fucking neck it. As much as my body's like, more caffeine. You gotta pace it. Otherwise, I will spin out. I'll end up asleep at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the fucking dance begins again. Hey, legend. And Rebels, what-ho and welcome. Dustin, that is one of the fastest ways to end up in accident and emergency. And Angelina, what-ho and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Most I've done awake is 4 days. I don't remember how much coffee I ingested during that period, but it was an adventure, let me say that. It was an adventure. Ah. Anyway, it is lovely to see you all. How are you all doing? What-ho and welcome. I have not had any bombastic adventures or stories since last I've seen you, and honestly, that feels pretty good.
Online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What-ho? What's this then? A sub-anniversary? I've done one of these since last year.
Did you, Wraith? I mean, if not this year, definitely like, 2023. I remember you doing a sub-anniversary then. I remember that. So that's gonna be like at least like 1-2 months? Fuck, I don't even know where I'm going with it. There's no one to stop me taking the bit in very strange directions. But Wraith, seriously. That's as long as there's been subs. And I don't know if you saw, but we're going to do a Burns Night Marbles on stream spectacular this month. So, I'm not saying that's going to make up for my terrible, terrible voices. Angelos, what-ho and welcome. Oh yeah, Kakazi, there's no way in hell I could do 4 days awake again. Like, I would not recommend anyone do it. It was interesting because it gave me a perspective on temporary insanity that's kind of stayed with me. Like, that's definitely something that you know, when they talk about like experiences that change your horizons and expand your mind. That was mine. And I don't recommend it. Wraith, you don't know when Burns Night is? Can't believe this. I can't believe this. I obviously remembered when Burns Night is. Not just because it's in my Goats in Trees calendar. No, I totally remembered of my own fruition. And Dice Goddess, what's and welcome. Yeah, it's the night we all celebrate Mr. Burns. Totally invincible. So yeah. But yeah, Rebels, I'm sorry you're feeling under the weather, friend. Hopefully today will be a good load of distractions and whatnot. We're going to be playing Caravan Sandwich, finally, which is a non-combat exploration game that looks cute as shit. I wanted to cover it earlier, but real life got in the way. So we're just going to drive a cute little vehicle around, have some adventures, just fucking live, you know? If the sleep deprivation kicks my ass too much, I reserve the right to switch over to something a little bit more upbeat. And honestly, like, once we're done with stream tonight, I'm just going to be binging probably Stalker 2 until it's bedtime.
I'm not sure I would like haggis. I've heard it's awful.
Most of the ingredients for haggis are technically illegal in Washington State due to offal laws. I will say that haggis is kind of like the reverse of a lot of Japanese food. Like, most people will tell you what haggis is before you eat it, but it's delicious. With a lot of Japanese food, you eat it, it's delicious, and then people tell you what it is. Oh shit, and where are my sleep-deprived manners? So Wraith, seriously, thank you for as much in the way of subs as one could. And Eraman, like, the Yaldum is yours. That's $10 in bits to keeping this whole thing going, so thank you. Thank you, friends. No, so Wraith...
I've tried to make haggis at home, but I haven't the stomach for it.
Fucking... You know what, I walked into this. Alnus, Eraman, thank you both for the bits. Fucking terrorists. I will say, if you get the chance to have, like, proper good haggis, jump at it, because when it's good, it's incredible. Oh no! Rebels, no! Okay, we'll stop talking about haggis. Just so that, you know, Rebels doesn't get queasy. Yeah. As I said, friends, I have nothing super exciting or otherwise to really talk about. Obviously, the Alan Wake stream on Saturday was a fucking epic. And I have to remind myself that unless I really want to stay up late editing, not to do any longer than 12-hour streams. YouTube had an absolute shit fit at me trying to get that to upload. Okay, usually if a stream goes longer than, say, like 12 hours or so, Twitch kind of cuts it up into a couple chunks when it uploads it, which is fine. But it wouldn't do...
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? We have a boil water
No!
notice leading to no water for next 3 days. Happy New Year.
Quasi, I was waiting for the joke. I thought there was going to be a haggis joke in there. That's just bad. That's not funny. That's not a bit. That's not funny at all. And to Captain Hillian, what ho and welcome. Our lovely Longshipper friendos is doing... I mean, I think we're all doing as well as any of us can. I am violently sleep deprived, but I'm doing it. I'm on a sleep reset today. I tried twice last week to do this, and I managed to wake up at like 9:30 this morning, just ragingly tired, but I'm making it work.
What is a scarecrow's favourite fruit?
I don't
The
know.
strawberry.
Frequently found in fields. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, what? Oh, and welcome. Come on in, friend, come on in. See, the advantage is that you begin to see me at sensible hours, not just at stupid o'clock at night.
Pour boiled water. It will be missed.
Bravo, bravo. No, seriously, all of you, thank you. Like, what? It all keeps me the fuck alive. So forgive me that I do not have the clever big words to thank you proper. It's just, thank you, okay?
Skident fraud. That's the humor.
Did he just say Skident Freud? Love it, love it. You know, Skident Freud, that well-known German word. Oh shit, and I guess we're doing a train to start today.
Every
Fuck yeah.
No bits, please.
Thank you. I just said, what was it? Go easy on me today, and then immediately regretted saying that. Well, I was considering deleting my message, but I was like, nah, Nova's already seen it. Nova's already seen it. But all of you, thank you. But anyway, so Captain Hillian, how was your stream? What were you up to? I know we have a train and a sleep-deprived Will and a lot of things going on at once, but... And puns, heck and thank you. And Quasi, stay safe, friend. I'll do my best to be here as much as I can. Help keep you sane. It's all I can do, unfortunately.
You could always just tell us plethora. It would mean a lot.
Thank you for the bits, you fucking terror. No, seriously, you're throwing in like... You and Akira are throwing in like 500 bits a time. That stacks up each month and keeps me the fuck alive, so thank you.
I saw two types of pies that had been baked together with an overlap between them. It was a Venn-piogram.
Crime! There is a crime happening! That was terrible. And thank you for the bits, friend. That was terrible. Oh my word. Oh my word.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fucking terror. You called?
I did. I don't know if you saw the Junji Ito Dead by Daylight crossover, because I guess be thankful he didn't make a new fucking character, otherwise we'd all have new nightmare fuel. But really, thank you for 60 months. Thank you for being a part of all this chaos. You know? Assuming I can make this... Hey! J-Post, that's fucking cool of you. Thank you for giving Greyjoy a sub. Alright? Anything that helps keep homies from having to deal with adverts. Like, that's care in the community, that is. So, thank you.
This is the long ship. We all terror together.
You do! And it's been a while since there's been like a coordinated attack, but when it happens, oh boy. Oh shit! Well, Rilu, it's lovely to see you, and I hope you're doing splendid, friend. But like I said, I just saw a combination of like horror shit and Dead by Daylight, and I was like, who do I need to tell about this? Rilu, Sage, done. But yeah, and Bacon and everyone, thank you. Got a whole ass train we're starting the day with. Cam Steph, Bacon's not dead. Bacon's not dead. Despite several protests to the Quadri, which is like the counter. Oh man, I can't even speak. And Captain Hillian. So crosscode is wonderful and absolutely fascinating. It's a huge undertaking, and I know there's been a few peeps in the longship who have been like, you know, what would it take for us to hit that as a long play? And no, it's really fucking good. I wouldn't say that it's unheard of. It was just like, it was one of those games that dropped and then just had like a continued, like, successful. So it got loads of coverage when it dropped from just being like kind of like a hyper-light drifter but with a cute SNES. Most of the coverage dropped off, and it slowly gained this fan base of people who really got into it. And I think, God, I'm trying to remember the permadeath one that's not technically a sequel, but kind of, it's Bacon's not dead. Stop throwing in rip Bacon bits. Bacon is not dead. Okay, so Feels, what you're telling me is that you had that joke inflicted upon you and you decided to pay it forward. Fucking terror.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, J-Post, thank you. Now, I will accept that any bits from Bacon are officially Bacon bits, making them excellent. I will acknowledge that. And yeah, J-Post, again, like, thank you. Oh no.
I met with a fortune teller, but instead of ending up hopeful for the future, I ended up scared of my mind. I guess I should have known, as they read my fortune using a deck of tarot cards.
Get out of my house. And then please come back. The lot of you. Terror's the lot of you. Bacon's not dead. But no, like, assuming these lovely Mother Hubbards have tuckered themselves out from being absolute terrors. One thing that I got into a really interesting conversation about over the weekend was like the perception of success versus actual success.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It's still going. It's still going. Fearless, that's very kind of you. Thank you. There you go, Captain Hillian. A great excuse to steal you back some more. Hey!
Oh, I like bacon.
Bacon's fine. Varbles. Bacon's fine. Literally posting. God. I don't even know why I bothered getting coffee today. I've got you lot to raise my blood pressure through the roof. Oh no.
Did you hear about the woman who put snakes in her hair to cure migraines? Yeah, it's oddly medicinal.
I really like that one actually, and I'm going to try and remember it. Undead bacon is the same thing. Is that when the bacon...
32 bacon bites, or 2 bacon words and 1 bacon long.
Fucking terror. I literally had a bacon sarnie for breakfast today. Wolfcrad, savage. I do tend to stay out of that, of the Instagram sphere. I did find one gentleman who has kind of taken that format very well and says a lot of smart things loudly, but one in a sea of nonsense.
Did you hear about the camouflage door that doesn't accept credit cards? Their patterns are invisible.
That hurt. That hurt. I can tell you, I can point to an anatomical chart and tell you where on the body that hurt. We're already up to 5. Sorry, I just gotta wait 2.5 minutes for you to tucker yourselves out. And restless roots. What? Oh, and welcome. Come on in, friend. Come on in. Bacon is fine. So, Restless Roots, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. We are already 2 raids deep, and we have been going for 20 minutes. Fuck yeah. Okay, but just very, very quickly, to those of you who have joined us, so I am in the process of my 3rd attempt to sleep reset. I tried it twice last week, drastically failed. Today, I managed to get up at a sensible hour after not a lot of sleep, so I'm kind of just skimming along. Oh. I mean, Captain Steph, I'd rebuke your statement, but it's going to be 7 years in April. 7!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, but 75 months is fucking hard to wrap one's
Right?
head around.
Like, I don't even know how to put that into, like... I don't know how to put that into months, like into years.
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the Arc-villain Shredder.
And Restless Roots, heck and thank you. You got the Shrub from Tomorrow. God, that's a good name. Good pull. But no, Catastros, I think every time we have these subs that are like 70 plus months, and my brain's just like, cool, that is a number that does not translate. Give yourself jump scare. I mean, I don't even control it. But we got 40 minutes, we got 40 seconds on the clock. And Varbles, it's good to be back. You know, hopefully, if I can get my life in order, I'll be a little bit of both. You know, there's loads of you who are like on European time zones and stuff, and I miss you lot. You know. Oh shit!
I need to go trim my nails. They are growing out of hand.
I have to say thank you. I have to say thank you. That is $25 in equivalent bits, which will keep this whole place running. Let me feed the nuggies and stay alive. But at the same time, that was bad and you know it. That was bad. You absolute fucking terror. And you've continued the train. So... just 5 more minutes of jokes. I love this for me. Alright, you've got 4 and a bit minutes to tug yourselves out now. Oh. And Red Burning Dragon, our main man, Alan woke. No, it was fucking incredible. Chorby's coming around on Thursday, and we're going to do wine and cheese night and talk about it. Everyone's like, I love this for you too, oh my god! I love this for me! Fucking terrors. But, as much as my exhausted ass has been driven up the wall by you lot, thank you. You know? And Cam Steph, I'm glad you're finally giving Hollow Knight a proper try, and I hope you're having a good time with it. You know, it's something special. It really is something special, and even if you've watched it being played through so much, like, there's still so much to it. So Shrub, I didn't get the chance to see Iced live, but I did watch the VOD.
Also, as of yesterday, I am proper stomach flu free. I don't even drink alcohol, and I still had to spend New Year's Day's afternoon and evening throwing up. Where do I protest?
Right? You got all of the downside of New Year's Eve and none of the upsides. And thank you for the 500 as well. But no, the only thing I really got from New Year's was throwing my sleep so far out of whack that I'm in the current state that you see me. Yeah, I'm with J-Post. Catastros, I think you owed a refund. But yeah, so Shrub from Tomorrow, like, I was so happy to see, like, Iced kicking ass and, you know, more people seeing how fucking good Rain World is awesome. I couldn't think of a better person to kind of be like a tip of the spear spokesman. And what I have seen of, like, like the cool shit that Ice could do with the gravity sphere was incredible. Oh yeah, no, Shrub. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, if you're wondering what we're talking about, so our good friend Iced was Monday morning GDQing it up, doing the Rivulet campaign, and it was really cool. I shouldn't have tried to stay up for it. I think I fell asleep at about like 6:45-ish Monday, which did not help my sleep. But, no. And Mental Monk, what and welcome. Those sure are some lads. But yeah, I don't have anything interesting going on, friends. I finally watched Agatha All Along, which was very, very good. You don't need me to tell you that. Caught up on some anime nonsense. And honestly, the rest of it was like, I had a bit of a manic spin on Sunday, so clean the fucking flat. At least my like mania turned into being productive, which was cool. And then yesterday it was just getting shit done, returning the faulty camera, getting all of this all sorted. I've ordered my new hoodie, so we'll know in a few days how good the new Longship hoodies are going to be. Although 2 of you did already just jump ahead and get them, so props to you. Haha, and I've been talking well enough that the train has chilled. Ha 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 ha. No more terrible jokes. Okay, but Will-flavoured nonsense aside, like, that was a huge train. That was a massive fucking train to start my Monday, most people's Tuesday. So to all of you, seriously, thank you. Okay? That's a crazy amount of bits just to start off, with me being just a sleep-deprived potato on a Tuesday morning. So seriously, thank you all. So Wolfgrad J-Post, we are trying out, what is it, Fourth Wall? Yeah, Fourth Wall. The reason being is that they do a combination of print and embroidery as print on demand. Put on Rat Taxi. Enrich your potatoes, streamer flavored or otherwise. I'm your tiny Tamagotchi. But yeah, I know a few people that use Fourth Wall, and I wanted to give it a try. So I've got one of everything coming. Do not get the survivorship bias shirt unless you want a literal shitpost that you can wear. See, like the hollow stickers are for me. If you want to get them, that's fine, but they're for me. But yeah, the hoodie, that's an embroidered Longship logo, and then the print logo on the back. So, should be real cool. If you want to pick these up, just know that I make like 50 cents on them. I tried to keep the prices as low as it would let me. So, I don't make bank on these. So, don't get them for any other reason than if you want them. And I want them, so there we go. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, Alvis, it's great, and I'm gonna wear that to fucking GDC. Because, you know, this year at GDC, people are gonna be like, oh, well, it was so easy to survive as a dev. It's blah, 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 blah. There's gonna be me with my fucking survivorship bias shirt being like, oh, really? No, please, tell me. Tell me how easy it was. Wolfcrad, love it. And also, the option to have holographic stickers, sign me the fuck up. I know, babies, I know. It's my little greedy buggers. Well, yeah, so Ehrman, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to go with this, because we were gonna have a new merch store, now it's a couple years ago, and it was an independent space, and the main reason was that they did embroidered hoodies, and I'm like, that's really high quality. I want that. Andres, I'd have to pay you for the design, and we would have to agree for me to be able to sell that horrifying Mr. Blobby. The world's not ready. The world's not ready. I would have to...
Mozzarella. I write rhymes in a box of Nutella. Fight crimes, I got no Beretta.
Anyway, friends, yeah. My hoodies and shirts will be showing up at some point this week, so we'll see how they turn out, and if they're, you know, a thing that you need to get for yourself. Next up, makeshift deal for the lad plushie. Lads! I'm not against it, friends, but honestly, the only kind of merch that we need is the kind that we want. You know, there's things like makeshift, you need to... I forget what the minimum number of people is, I think it's 100. You know, one of the reasons why, like... Well, I guess the reason we haven't done pins is just because you gotta front it. I mean, was it last year? Yeah, no, was it... Or the year before? I forget. No, it was last year. Instead of doing business cards for events, I did pins because social media was in such a shit show. This year, if I can, I'll try and do it again. But there's a lot of things I want to get for the long ship first, you know what I mean? Sorry, here's my brain just drifting around. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? I started work on some like YouTubian video nonsense, which is good. I need to blep at Deus to organise when we're gonna... Yeah, I need to blep at Deus for the return to the Hot Pepper Gaming that I owe you all. Actually, so I need a name. I need a name for something that we can put in Discord that shows the things that I owe you all. Right? So if you've not been in, last year we did an event called Slugfest, which I want to say was around about like September into October. The TLDR was for my birthday. I got given the bad lurg, and I was out of whack for quite a while. And because I couldn't work for a while, I was just fuck broke. So to unfuck my life, I did essentially like a donation drive, but for not dying. And it went really well. We beasted the initial, like, here is how much I needed to make rent and not die. And then we kind of set, like, I guess goals. And I haven't been able to fulfill all of them so far because I immediately rolled into moving flats. But I need a place to put, like, the things that I owe you all. It's like a quest board or something like that. The wall of shame. It's a really big wall. Like, honestly, I'm probably just going to put the big old pride flag over there. Unpaid slug debts. Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, so Legend, it's twofold. It's one, pride flag, yay, but also I want to make sure anything that goes above the guinea pigs is nothing that could fall on them and do them a damage if I have like a fucking roll of nat 1 on hanging things. If the pride flag falls on them, they're just going to be having like a happy little confusion. You know, I'm not going to put like a shelf full of Gundams because for those of you who remember like several flats ago when one of the Gundam shelves just ate shit midstream and I nearly pissed myself and jump scared. And actually, so Legend, I think because I had all of you lot to talk to, I don't think I need a conspiracy board for the Remedy verse. I kind of get it. Yeah. Although Rebels, Washington State, we don't really get earthquakes per se. There'll be one big one that wipes us all out, and that's it. You know? That's the agreement. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. But I do like the kind of games where that may or may not facilitate having a great big blink blink. A great big corkboard. Oh shit. Rebel says they had actual drills for that growing up. Shit. Oh, anyway, friends, my brain is going to literally drift onto whatever conversation topics we got going on. Mental Monk says, are there any names for the tasks in Rainworld, like karma tasks? Not really. Everything in Rainworld is so fluid and kind of abstract. Like, you get vague goals, but... But yeah. In terms of game news, there's been some interesting shit, and there's been some fucking weird shit. So, I don't know if you'll want to get into that. Okay. Numpty quests. Numpty Quest is pretty good. Quest board, I think, is a little basic, but... Oh, damn. Well, Rebels, the only ones that I felt were New Zealand, and the first one I thought I was just having a stroke. I was like, oh, cool. Like, I'm moving and nothing else is moving, so I guess this is it. Time to peace out. Fucking dying. And then the other one, I was literally at work, and the place was designed to be earthquake proof, so it swayed low to freak me the fuck out. No one else was worried. So, I mean, shit, where do you all want to start with game news? Because, oh boy. It is very funny that the Half-Life 3 conspiracies have started up again. There's a solid chance Valve might actually be restarting development on Half-Life 3. But they might also kill it without ever telling us, so I'm fine with that one. I don't know if we ever got any more information on what happened to the Chinese developer. Let's see if Realm of Ink's back up. Oh, sorry. If you didn't see the TLDR, basically... Shit, yeah, no, it's gone. A Chinese publisher was basically removed from Steam over the weekend, and incredibly quickly. The devs involved had no fucking clue what was going down. So yeah, someone had a very bad weekend. the dev had a super nothing and nothing name with fries, nothing burger with fries name. God, I can't even speak today. Phyllis says their roommate is replaying Half-Life 2 because of the rumors. It's amazing how quickly it can kind of get everybody to start leaping into action. Excuse my itchy nose. Oh, what was very funny was someone remade the first level of Doom, but as an art gallery experience, which was very funny. That did the rounds. You literally just sip wine, inspect art, and then buy things in the gift shop, and that's it. There's so much going on. Okay, so here's a few quick fun ones. The Resident Evil 4 remake has done 9 million units, which is good. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie, has done over 1 billion at the global box office. It turns out, all along, people really did want Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh yeah, no, Alnus, it's so cool. You know, and the click-through on getting more information on the pieces, fucking inspired. But one of the big ones that dropped, we know how much Call of Duty costs to make now. So, TLDR, Activision is currently embroiled in a lawsuit. I want to say that it's based on. Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm saying things correctly, because I am. Okay. Because I'm super sleep deprived and I don't want to quote things wrong. So TLDR, there is currently an ongoing suit which was filed in May of last year, which is currently accusing Activision of having an active part in a school shooting tragedy, which is obviously terrible. During this court document, a bunch of information has been made public. And one of those is how much Call of Duty costs to make. And it is fucking wild. We kind of had a talk about this on Discord, and there isn't too much to discuss, but just to put it into context, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War cost over $700 million to make, not counting marketing. When we talked about this over on Discord, I was like, oh, well, you know, I would assume somewhere between 200 and 400 mil, and then the rest is marketing. No. Dev costs for Black Ops Cold War, $700 million. Like, oh, and Jamami, Watto and welcome. There's nothing to be doing with that information other than to just understand how expensive the most expensive games are right now. To put that into context, The Last of Us Part 2 costs $220 million to make. Yes, no, that is a Dr. Evil amount of money. 500 mil of it was to resurrect Reagan and scan his face in. Whoa. Mecha Reagan. I'm back, baby. Robo Reagan. Shit, that's way better. Anyway, so just next time you have to listen to that boo-hoo-hoo, publishers have no money, be like, 700 mils is what? 700 mils is what? Yeah, no, Alnus, it absolutely hammers home that, like, that is just one entry into a yearly franchise. Like, the amount of money they must be hemorrhaging across the board. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway, there's nothing else to really be gleaning on that one, but just, you know, when you hear about indie devs who are kind of like outstretched hands asking for like, you know, 20k to like 150k and being turned down because like, nah, I don't know if we can, makes you think. And again, that is not counting marketing, which I initially thought, so fuck knows how much they spent on marketing that game. You know, because they frequently do these huge live action bits with like a cacophony of famous people. Fucking wild. Yeah, Fearless, big fucking same. Currently, CES is going on at the moment, so we're getting a lot of tech news. You don't need my feelings on it. Like, a CES this year is so riddled with nonsense bingo buzzwords that even things that might make sense as like physical objects are still bombarded with terms that make no sense to their usage. And Cold Ankles, welcome back. Yes, Alnus. The fact that Balatro is running circles around everybody else does have that whole kind of Tony Stark could build this in a cave with a box of scraps. I don't want to get into this. But it is important. We've talked about Tencent a lot over the last 1,000 years, and we probably will again. Tencent Games is obviously a wing of Tencent. Tencent being a gigantic evil corporation, not good in our friends. But annoyingly, Tencent, of all the big, indomitable publishers, is actually still one of the better to work with. They don't fuck with their people, they don't meddle with your games, and their whole thing is like, they give you a chunk of change to make your game. On the off chance that you become the next Riot, they get first dibs. So like, if you suddenly stumble into a Warframe level success, or a Balatro, they can go, we're buying your company now. Like, that's their whole plan, is sowing seeds. Like I said, I hate talking about this shit, but we need to. So Tencent have been designated as a Chinese military company in the US. Currently, that doesn't mean anything, and it's something that they'll no doubt do battle with, but that changes nothing right now. But for future deals with Tencent, that might affect things. The only reason I bring it up is not to get into the whole real-world bollocks of it, but just, you know, something to bear in mind if you or your team is looking for funding, you know? I know, Unholy Glee, I love talking about it, you know? It's annoying at times like this where real-world bollocks is bleeding fully over into games, but yeah.
And so I don't feel like I'm on my own little island. I'll call out how much fun I'm having in Dan Jones' archipelago.
I'm not sure what you mean, Quasi, but thank you for the 500, friend. As for other things that are on your radar, so Sony is making a big push with Columbia Pictures to create more video game adaptations. And it's kind of stuff we were aware of, but CES did a little bit more. Oh, yes, Archipelago's the multiplayer randomizer thingamybobby. But yeah. Yes. We got announcements of... Well, Ghost of Tsushima we knew. But they've also announced Horizon Zero Dawn and Helldivers stuff. The only reason I bring this up is a lot of people were so quick to be like, oh, so many people didn't understand Starship Troopers. I can't believe we're doing this again. And I just kind of wanted to be like, yo, if Sony wants to pump money into a massive anti-fascist media property, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Like, I don't know. A lot of the comments I saw on this felt very much like the media snobs looking down their nose. And I kind of wanted to be like, you'll know Starship Troopers is an old movie now, right? Like, the idea that Sony's going to put big bank into making a movie production that says, you know, fascism's kind of bad. Like, fascism's the baddies. Would be fucking cool. You know? One of the things about Starship Troopers that kind of trips everybody up is very much its ending. You know this, I know this. Like, I'm not saying anything original. I'm tired and I'm on sleep deprivation and coffee, but, you know, I'm saying this just to make myself feel better more than anything else. But, like, one of the critiques that people have of Starship Troopers is that, like, the humans instill fear into the bugs, you know, that whole thing that fascism's all about. And that the three main characters, they don't learn or change or grow. There's no, like, hero's journey. Each of them is churned up and spat out by the fascist machine. And each of them becomes a twisted version. Like, no one comes out of it good. You know? Rico becomes the very thing his parents were trying so hard to stop him from becoming. And Doogie Howser becomes a fucking, you know, psychic SS officer. Like, fuck. Well, no, so Angelos, the critique of Starship Troopers, and again, there's a lot of this from the time, was that Rico doesn't fight against fascism. Fascism isn't overcome. In fact, it shows the full cycle of how fascism sucks people up and spits them back out again, right? I would say the subsequent films of Starship Troopers missed the point by making Rico this, like, you know, this hero figure, this Solid Snake-like character. Oh no, and Arendio's, the book is drastically different. The book is pro-fascism. Verhoeven's movie is anti-fascism. And it shows the entirety of its awfulness laid bare. But Verhoeven, unfortunately, became the case study of that there's no such thing as, like, satire that is immune from, fuck, what's the quote? Oh, man, sleep deprivation's kicking my ass today. Anyway, point being, I think Helldivers is a great way of reworking the fascism bad message for a whole new generation. And I like that, you know? Starship Troopers as a franchise lost all of its meaning after the first movie. And believe me, I saw them all. I watched the CGI series, I played the games. And, like, don't get me wrong, the rule of cool is so strong. Hang on. I gotta just pull the curtain blinds down. Yeah, so the rule of cool comes into effect so much. And Starship Troopers lends itself so well to video games and the ilk. I think the difference is that because Helldivers starts from the idea of this, like, hyper-ridiculous machine, I think it's a really good space to have that discussion again. So, anyway, this isn't pointed at any of you. This is my own little personal bugbear that I didn't get the chance to put into feelings on, like, Blue Sky and stuff, but I don't know. Everyone was so quick to point out how clever and smart they all were because they were the first ones to be like, oh, you're just remaking Starship Troopers, nah. And not being like, hey, maybe in 2025 we need more media that says fascism bad. Maybe we need that. I can't be the only person that thinks that. Anyway, thank you for letting me rant on that. I've had my 2 minutes. There was a super weird spike in people playing Artifact on Steam, which was fucking weird. And like I said, we don't need to talk about CES stuff beyond that. Yeah, CES is just a fucking buzzword soup at the moment. Let's see. Oh, our good friends over at People Make Games did a really interesting breakdown of I want to say it was Malaysian work for hire studio or outsourcing studio and just how fucking bad it is. And the video is called 100 Slaps because it's a breakdown of a particular like work for hire studio that predominantly makes like 3D assets and objects for like big AAA games, and how fucking insane it was. And one member of staff was made to slap themselves in the face 100 times, record it, and send it to management. Like, yeah, Eraman, I can't see a show about war being bad, taking place in giant robots. I can't see that doing well. No. Man, all the Gundam licensing shit all came home to roost in like the last 5 days. So there's a miniatures game, the card game's gonna have a crossover with the miniatures game and a whole bunch of other stuff. But again, more media that says war is bad right now, I'm okay with that. Let's see what else is going down. That's kind of the long and short of it. Private Division, the leftovers of Take-Two, and the people who quit Annapurna are forming some strange little hybrid creature, which might be worth keeping an eye on, but right now it's all private equity, like fatten the bill, so it's hard to know if it'll be good, bad, or otherwise. Quasi, you'd think, but Ron Perlman hasn't told me that in at least 2 years. At least. Hoffers there was, but I try not to go too far off the beaten path. Like, the whole thing with Hasbro and what have you is that's not the games industry. That is, slot machines, that is gambling industry type stuff. And Hasbro has been signing licenses over there for donkey's years. They don't give a shit. They'll put a fucking license on anything. So it's one of those things of it's bad, but it's a bad that Hasbro have been doing for fucking ages. Quasi, do we need to Do we need to do a quick purge on that one? Okay, Angelos, I was gonna leave it alone, but like, for the price of a cheap fucking car. Okay. Oh, beans, hang on. I fucked it up. Boosh. There you go, Quasi. You're all good. Yeah, so the thing that Angelos is talking about is that Nvidia have announced their newest graphics card, and it's insanely expensive dog shit. Like, I'm tired, friends. I'm not gonna mince words today. It's $2,000 USD. $2,000. And the big selling point, the reason why it costs like fucking car money, is because it uses an AI fucking super filter to make all of your people faces in your game look shitey and yassified. And that's it. That's fucking it. Now, one, I mean, are they having that done at a fucking hardware level? In which case, you fucking get rid of it. Yeah, basically, Edwin. I'm sorry, friends, I try and be a little bit more eloquent when we're discussing this, but I mean, that's the thing. I don't fucking see why. Like, it's just dog shit. It's just dog shit. I think, what is it I said on Blue Sky? Give me even 1/10 of the delusion it took for the people to honestly announce this as if they think it's a good idea. Like, well, I mean, like, you know, we often compare video games to food, right? How you can understand it aesthetically, but ultimately it's about a personal experience. And this is the personal experience of, like, burning your food to a crisp and drowning it in fucking ketchup. Why? Like, look, in previous years we've seen things like ray tracing and stuff like that. Stuff that, whilst it isn't a necessity, it can add to an existing concept. This is like, you're taking somebody else's work and just slapping fucking nonsense over it. Okay, I know you're right, but the whole of this AI grift is there is no problem it solves. The few things that it can be utilized for, it makes it worse. And I got into a bit of a spat about this on Discord, and it's like even the people who were building this stuff for themselves have stopped because it's too expensive and it doesn't look good, you know? It is cheaper and better to hire an artist. But well, and Bacon, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. I don't know hardware like I know other spheres of like game development, but yeah, if they're having the card generate between the frames, then how good can those cards actually be? And also, unless all of that is guaranteed to be handled on the card, it won't function in a few years when those servers get turned off, right? Like, is Ortrazini here? Yeah, so Ortrazini has been building a bunch of, like, you know, retro PCs to play some classic games and stuff like that. You know, for a lot of those, you do need a dedicated graphics card, you know. I think Wipeout 2030. Oh, fucking hell! I forget the number system. But the second of the Wipeout games was the first one that I got that was like, this will not run without a 3D card, right? But that is because the system. You're right. Ortazini, my apologies, friend. I think my sleep-deprived adult brain is just mixing everybody together. But my point being, like, building one of those old retro machines to play classic games kind of hammers home why a lot of those parts are necessary. Like, all of this, like, outsourced AI stuff, it very isn't. And it won't function once the servers are turned off. Unless it's somehow running on...
That incessant clicking.
And J-Post, thank you. And yeah, I can't see a feature or functionality that these AI cards provide that anybody fucking wants. So, the reason I didn't want to talk about CES is because, like, everyone and their cat has got the word AI in their pitch. The point where I had to turn off my phone was, so it was, okay, so CES is a, like, hardware and tech trade show in the US. It ranges from, like, products that will be coming out this year, like, you know, tellies, keyboards, etc., to all the way to, like, conceptual products that are looking for funding and for research and development type stuff and things like that. So, like, you'll see the next wave of Sony tellies next to, like, an actual exoskeleton to help people with mobility issues, you know? One of the things that I saw was a reactionary keyboard. So, you know the ergonomic keyboards where instead of it being all one, it's split into two pieces so you can type like that? So it's that, but when you lift your hand up, one keyboard retracts and either like a trackpad for like drawing or a different pad for, I don't know, video editing or otherwise, like, pops in. So it has this kind of like cool like dual layer keyboard thing. And the guy pitching it even said, oh, and it has AI-powered sensing technology to tell when where your hands are. And you mean a fucking sensor like we've had for donkey's years? But motherfucker had to put AI in there somewhere for the pitching crowd. I cannot wait for this house of cards to fall on its fucking arse. And the thing I was talking about was I got into a spat about this on my Facebook of all places, because I was just like, I'm sorry, friends, I'm not gonna be nice about generative AI stuff. You know, some people post it on their social media unknowingly, like others don't see it as a big deal, and I'm kind of past the point of being nice about it. I mean, Alnus, you fucking joke, but that's how it feels. I've got a ham, AI, and mustard sandwich. I am looking for $5 million in funding. Quasi, fucking probably. Fucking probably. Now, I've talked about this a lot. I don't think the AI boom's going to survive as long as the crypto grift, because just the sheer cost of running it is so massive. You know, I do think that by second quarter this year, a lot of people are going to have to start justifying why they've been fucking hemorrhaging so much money on server costs and stuff for nothing. For absolutely nothing. So, I think we're going to get to enjoy dancing on the corpses of a lot of this AI stuff. And that's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. But, god damn, the CES coverage, I couldn't take another fucking buzzword. Yeah, well, Ultrazini, my philosophy on why it hasn't collapsed is because Like, the big three are still making cash renting Virtual servers and stuff like that. So, like, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, while they're probably burning through their own cash, they're also making money on people hiring and, you know, buying server space. So, someone's making bank, but it's only the people hosting servers, you know? We're all familiar with the whole concept of, like, if you want to make money in a gold rush, sell shovels, right? Don't be the person rushing to break ground. But the thing with this is that it's the people selling to us aren't the ones selling shovels. They already bought their shovels and now they're trying to make it our problem. Oh, Catastrophes, I fully understand it. I mean, I've talked about the Age of Authenticity stuff and what we've got coming. And Stepagen, Watto and welcome. Friends, I am going to have to beg your forgiveness very early. Don't be terrors, I'll be back in just a second. No?
Terabits. cause chaos.
Sorry about that, friends. Oh, and thank you for the bits. Absolute terrors. Absolute terrors. Proud of yourself there, legend. I think I told you all during the Alan Wake stream, I gave up on the bit that I've been using a Tito's handmade vodka bottle as my water bottle. Initially because I thought it'd be really funny. Like, I'd sit down, I'd be on stream and I'd be like, and kind of like, you know, going to the camera. Actually, no, they changed the meaning of that, damn it. Anyway, no one said anything. And it reached the point where I didn't want to keep the bit going in case you all thought I was just getting fucking destroyed every stream and being like, I guess that's just how we'll be. But I am keeping it though because it's glass and it makes a really good water bottle.
Viking 64 tiny will Viking 64 tiny will Viking 64 tiny will cheer 10 Viking 64 tiny will cheer 10 Viking 64 tiny will cheer 10
Before it was a lad, it was Tiny Will. Alice is like, be more concerned if Will was drinking from a Sunny D bottle. Probably does the same fucking damage to your innards. It's vodka. It's like vodka for kids. But Fearless, thank you for the bits, alright? Fucking legend. You squeaking. You squeaking, little cuties. Little terrors. I know, Nova, I know. But I was using just like whichever plastic bottles I finished. And the thing is with plastic bottles, they get grotty after a couple days. Glass is fine. Hello, babies. Hello. Hello. Chop, 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 chop. My little cutie. Just coming to say hello. Now, don't watch your father's dad. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Overture! Now, speaking of which, Mr. Posing like it's Flashdance over there. It's no time! Because I've gotten up early, the guineas are like, oh, so it's time for fresh salad, right? No, it's too early. Try not to overfeed them because they're so fucking cute. Oh. And Scott Alaska, what and welcome. Is it your birthday? Oh, excuse me. I wanna make sure before I bring everyone in a rousing. Oh, fuck yeah! Then friends, please join me in wishing Scar and Alaska a proper happy birthday. I hope you're having a fucking splendid one. Happy birthday! Oh. Check the, before we get on to any flavoured nonsense, let me just recheck the hot sheets. I hadn't considered that. Moose was saying what you could do with wine bottles. I mean, the good thing about Tito's is it has a screw on top. And I don't know. I guess like at least for me, vodka doesn't leave much of a taste in anything once you cleaned it out. Like, wine bottles, they've got that... But I guess it's not impossible. Sorry, Moose, I guess that was the point my brain just got stuck on. Sorry, and forgive me for the multi-track Drifty Potato. For those of you who have joined us, like, I am currently battling sleep deprivation to try and reset my sleep patterns. So, forgive me if I'm a fucking disaster today. The only thing I wanted to add, just on the end of like the game news stuff, is that Lenovo is going to be making one of the first Steam Decks that isn't a Steam Deck official. They're going to be launching a big old chunky Steam Deck competitor. And they're one of the first that will be using Valve's official Steam OS. They are, however, going to be cramming it full of their Lenovo AI suite or what have you. Apparently it's going to have some bullshit in it where it like it tracks your gameplay and then makes suggestions about how you should play better or something. I don't fucking know. So cool, I guess. Fuck it. You know, it's not my job to keep other people's games companies alive, you know? Sorry, not tech companies alive. And honestly, friends, that's the long and short of it from, you know, from game news. I even checked the shitey outlets, and there hasn't really been anything else going down. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this last week a bit, Orchazini, but like the Switch 2 has been the worst kept secret in video games. Like, the fact that it hasn't officially been announced. Oh, wait, no, didn't they half-ass acknowledge it was coming? Shit, I can't remember. But we've had no specs, we've had no name. And Arrow Griffin, what and welcome. Like, I think it would be weird of them not to do backwards compatibility for it. Well, Minnesota's a myth. Those are speculative. So the idea with those is to try and get basically sales from confused parents. To my knowledge, the spec of the Switch 2 hasn't been made available to anything other than like super trusted partners. So I can't imagine any of that. Yeah, I can't imagine any of the third-party peripherals are anything more than just a fucking guess. And Orchazini, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Orchazini was just saying that like they have a big digital library on the Switch, and Nintendo's been worryingly hands-off for the amount of just, like, out-and-out theft and schlock that is on their digital store. I was really fucking surprised to find out how bad it was. Like, I genuinely did not think it was going to be that much of a shit show. Because it's like, it's Nintendo. The whole thing is usually they have a very, very high threshold quality, right? And yeah, no, the unpacking ripoffs alone. I mean, that could be some pretty sinister shit right there. And Jackie, the only one we've really talked about, the only thing we've really talked about on CES was Nvidia's new $2,000 card with enforced yassification. Hey, there's literally no reason to get excited for the cool new shit. So, sorry friends, I keep drifting off into the ether, that's why hydrate or die straight. And Legend, I know we'd never get that kind of access, but I'd love to know, like, the Nintendo R&D philosophy behind new consoles. Because they haven't launched a console that didn't have, like, a specific use case in mind. God. Even the N64 had its, like, you know, its take on the analog stick. Oh, sorry. So what I mean by is the SNES and Mega Drive era consoles were just that. Like, piece of kit, plug a cartridge in, play a game. I'm not saying that either console maker was better or worse for taking the user into account, but Nintendo started down a path where each console, maybe not necessarily a gimmick, but an idea. Oh, and Numbers, welcome back. So, like, the N64's gimmick was the combination of, like analog 3D games and standard 2D games. And yeah, I guess the Game Boy Advance was the last of those. Well, no, so the philosophy with the GameCube was it was the portable with friends, right? It literally had a carry handle designed on the back of it because it was made to be, it was made for kids to take it around their friend's house and play it. Like, that's why things like Four Swords, Crystal Chronicles, etc., things which, in retrospect, were insanely implausible, but sorry. There were a few Cube games where you could plug in 4 Game Boy Advances and have those kind of like separate screen controllers. Like, honestly, the motion controller for the Wii was kind of a step in a different direction. But if you think about how they went from GameCube with GBA plugged in to Wii U, which is console with tablet, to the Switch, which was just a tablet that you could plug it in to turn it into the console, like... Yeah, no, Numbers, I think that's a fair way of putting it. The Switch is a console that... It's a handheld that you can plug into the TV and still have a good experience. So, it'll be interesting to see what they do next. You know, the DS and the 3DS was interesting. The fact that it had a 3D feature, like a visual 3D feature that everyone turned off, does make me laugh. You know? Huh. And Moose, that's way cool. For me, it was the GameCube controller. Don't ask me why. The GameCube controller just fit my hands perfectly. Like, I like my my 360 pad. We get on, but... that GameCube was perfect. So it'll be interesting to know. I don't even friend EA know what the Switch 2 is batting with spec. I know loads of people that have the dev kits, but no one's even talking quietly because Nintendo's real careful about that shit. But that's the weird thing, like, the whole industry has known the Switch 2 is coming. It just seems the users are the last to know. Oh, Hoffers, that's kind of cool. Hoffman was saying there was a GameCube Pac-Man title where you only needed one of the Game Boy Advance with Link Lead, and like the Game Boy player was Pac-Man and everyone else was the ghost on the main screen. That sounds really fucking cool. No, that sounds way cool. And I think that kind of like console innovation philosophy is definitely something that's kept the heart of Nintendo stuff. Like, I didn't realize how much I missed the fun gimmicks of yore until the PS5 dropped, and I was just like, it's nothing about this. The PS5 has no gimmick, it has no interesting thing to get excited of. Like, even the PS4 had the little speaker on the controller, which was so good with Let It Die. Because you had fucking Uncle Death being like, you're a cool dude, senpai! Yelling at you out of your controller. There's a few other ones that did some really interesting stuff with that, you know? But right now, all I can really see is, you know, Microsoft and Sony are just going for, like, the same but bigger. And, I mean, Arrow, I think a lot of people feel that way, that they're just kind of self-contained PCs with proprietary software, which is fine, but I'm not gonna lie, I miss being able to get excited over, like, additional elements added to hardware and how they might be utilized, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, and okay, big agree. I mean, philosophically, do consoles need a gimmick? Not really. Like, industry-wise, it's very easy for me to sit here and say this, I understand that. I would say that moving forward, okay, sorry, the reason why I'm kind of getting the 1,000-yard stare is, alright, Microsoft have a philosophy right now, which is the super platform, right? Like, they've even done a whole ass marketing campaign about it, but the TLDR being, Microsoft don't want you to think of the Xbox as only being like a television console. They want you to think about all of those things together, right? The idea that you're not just buying Xbox games, you're part of the ecosystem, whether you're on PC, whether you're on your phone or otherwise, and that's kind of smart. Sony don't really seem to have a unified vision of what they want to do moving forward. Fine, I guess. But like, Microsoft's strategy isn't wrong, but that also creates something in that I have no reason to buy a set-top box Xbox, right? It offers me nothing. I still have a Switch, and I was very, very kindly given a Steam Deck as well, and that definitely did add something that I didn't have prior. And the Switch does have, you know, its gyroscopic gimmicks and its clip-out stuff and things like that. Like, and like, I'd love to agree with you, but let's be fucking honest. The Kinect wasn't like, internal R&D presenting an idea that was run with. Everyone freaked the fuck out when the Wii took over. Like, I think both Microsoft and Sony had written, like, Nintendo out of the runnings. After Sega went under... Sorry, I shouldn't say went under. After Sega stopped making hardware and being a hardware producer, I can see a lot of the big companies being like, oh, well, Nintendo will go next. Like, GameCube did fine. And then the Wii came along and fucking destroyed everyone. It was simultaneously, like, the new Nintendo hotness and also, like, the Christmas #1. Like, it did the kind of shit that Sony and Microsoft were drooling at the mouth at the idea of. And so they attempted to leap into the motion gaming part of it. And, you know, Sony just did the same thing with its kind of glowing lollipop ice cream controllers, and Microsoft went with the Kinect. The Kinect probably could have done some interesting shit with a little bit more fidelity and a little bit more time, but it wasn't thrown in to be an interesting and fascinating creation. You know this, I know this. The Kinect was rolled out mass market because Nintendo were fucking eating everybody's lunch, and they were like, well, we wanted to eat everybody's lunch. Where? So, I don't know. I think as budgets get smaller and as times get more challenging, that if you do want people to pick up a new peripheral, a new hardware, if it doesn't already solve a problem, i.e. the same one that the Switch and the Steam Deck solves, you need something. Give us a reason, right? Honestly, it's why it's so fascinating watching this like AI implosion, because like, you know and I know it, that the mass rollout of like AI-powered nonsense isn't for us. There's no call for this, but there's a desperation within the tech industry to have like a new blue ocean to dive into, a new untapped source of shit to buy, right? And users don't actually want it. Like, they're having to do a lot of backflips and a lot of nonsense to get user end uptick, and it's not working. So at the moment it's kind of like crazy pitching to crazy. Yeah, Bacon, definitely force building. Oh yeah, no, and it's amazing because like the Kinect is kind of a bit of a collector's thing now because of the cool shit people do with it. A few people were using it for like budget photogrammetry and shit like that. Like, fuck yeah. You can now do that with like certain tablets and smartphones and shit. Hooah! Sleep reset, let's go! But I don't know. I need to sit down and talk to some people who've actually spent some time on hardware sales at this stage. Because here's the thing, like, all the peripherals and consoles that have intrigued me have been like, okay, this is the thing I want, were ones that had an inherent gimmick to them. Like the Playdate. That's fucking cool. But it's fucking cool because, like, one, it harkens back to classic Game Boy era philosophies, and it has its own little crank handle and fun shit, you know? The way in which people develop for it means that people have made lots of interesting little games, and I love that, you know? So. Oh yeah, in Catastrophe, that's a good example of kind of that, like, you know, experimentation type stuff. And Fearless, they coulda. Like, the Xbox could have had integrated Kinect support, but it didn't do the same numbers that the Wii was doing. And so they were like, well, fuck it, I guess. There was also a lot of teams that were forced to do Kinect integration stuff where it just didn't fit. So it wasn't that people were developing games from... They weren't developing games from the ground up for it. A lot of people said that the brilliant, I think it was Double Fine that did Once Upon a Monster, a kind of Sesame Street game for parents to play with their kids, was really fucking good because they built it from the ground up with Kinect in mind. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of fucking cool. That's really kind of fucking cool. Excuse me. Ooh. As I said, I have to space out my coffees and whatnot today because if I immediately pour myself another coffee, one, I'm going to be running to the loo every 5 seconds, but also the crash when it hits will fucking destroy me. Believe me when I say I could quite happily cuddle up to that skeleton and just pass the fuck out, but that wouldn't be a very good stream for you lot. Even they do have I'm sleeping now. I don't know. I think the thing that's so infuriating is that the big tech, big publisher nonsense is increasingly divorced from reality. And when you step outside of it, when you don't have to see the internal politics and you don't have to see like all the internal bullshit that happens, it's so easy to understand what they should be doing, right? Like, the Kinect was fine, but why wasn't it like a in-the-box feature that first party had to develop for, like, moving forward into that console? Like, the Kinect ended up getting about as much love and support as the fucking iToy, you know? It was an add-on peripheral so far as consumers were concerned, and a bunch of devs in Microsoft's wheelhouse were made to make stuff for it, or made to make like concessions like voice commands and things like that. And I'm just like, well, Moose, I haven't quite hit that level yet. I might stand up and pace and rant a little bit if I get too sleepy. But, friends, I gotta hold on for at least another 7 hours. Alright? Yup. I mean, Fearless, that sounds like Microsoft. Thing is, like, the org changes every few years, and with it, new people go into new points of management. They completely change the strategies and like the focus, and there's no carry through, you know? There's no 10-year plan, right? And just like the Kinect rollout was a reactionary one, not a planned one. Oh, excuse me. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna stand up. I'm just gonna shake it off. One of the few things Taylor Swift taught us: shake it off. Shake it off. Okay. I don't know. So numbers, I'm sorry for going for such a roundabout answer to your question of do consoles need a gimmick. And I guess like as consoles become more and more like tiny PCs, right? Like platform exclusivity seems to be going down. I don't know why I'm doing this like Neo from the Matrix shit, but I am. Like, why buy a PlayStation over an Xbox, right? Why buy a Switch over a Steam Deck? You know, it's up to the platform holders to give us fucking reasons to do it. From a development standpoint, you gotta fucking commit, right? The thing about the Wii was that it had a huge spike initially, very much like the Christmas family toy. And then it ended up petering out, as you well know. But if you look at some of the late games that were released on the Wii, there were some absolute bangers there. And Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome. Woo! Well, I mean, Jackie, that's another question. But that's right, that's a different discussion. Like, ultimately, all consoles are loss leaders. The idea is, you know, get as much bang for your buck for as cheap as you can do it, even if you're, you know, selling at a loss. Oh. I'm not gonna whinge too hard because it's your birthday, so I'm not gonna be like grumble, 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 grumble. Yeah, maybe getting up will help more. Oh, bleed Nora. Fucking terrorists. Habitat! Sorry, I think I'm just at a rambling state. I guess what I'm saying is that, like, by the end of the Wii's life cycle, people were getting really good at integrating motion controls. Like, the Kinect wasn't around long enough for people to get good at implementing it. And the few games that really felt like they were doing cool shit, like, you know, they were already dealing with a peripheral market. Peripheral market, by which I mean that, so if you have a console, and then you have a peripheral, even a popular one, there will always be less peripherals sold than consoles. That's just basic math. And then of that peripheral audience, a smaller audience will be buying additional software that doesn't come bundled with the hardware peripheral box. So you're doing slivers of slivers of slivers, you know. You're selling an expansion pack for an expansion pack, right? You feel me? So, I don't know. Rambling state like Missouri. Hi, I'm Missouri. I don't know. We're still so much in the churn, and I wonder if that's why Nintendo is just kind of like holding fire on big announcements and whatnot. Like, they wanted to see how this year panned out. Because I can really respect that, you know? And Jackie, I don't disagree. Like, physical retail is now kind of screwed. What the peripheral market ends up being at this point, who fucking knows? But I can't see it being like predominantly like the bottom fell out of like peripherals and accessories. But hey, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. And okay, so Jackie, my philosophy on it is that all of us are hurting financially, right? No one is as flush as they were like pre-plague. And so, like, back in the day, especially like the PlayStation 2 and the iToy, like it was a surprise, fun little gimmick. It wasn't something to dedicate your whole time to, but the PS2 was so ubiquitous, and like the equivalent cost of these peripherals and fun things to play with was a lot more kind of throwaway. Excuse me. We're fighting it, friends. We're fighting the sleepy. Oh no, and Vanderbeest, I've seen where the sim racing crowd will go, but we need to put them in the same category as we put like VR users. They're specialists, right? Like they're hyper hobbyists. Like, they go hard on a specific part and are prepared to spend inordinate amounts. But that doesn't translate into big bank for the people making either the software or the hardware, because it's all the additional peripherals, you know? There are still a few companies out there making, like, fucking massive multi-part flight sim for home and stuff like that. And excuse me. Yes, I will be using kabuki noises to stay awake for the next few hours. If you've not done one of these sleep resets, basically the exhaustion kind of comes in waves, so I'm just going to ride it through. But yeah, VR definitely became an expensive hobbyist space. But like, I mean, you don't need me to tell you why. It's incredibly expensive to make VR games, and you have to maintain a higher level of fidelity throughout production than you would do making it for anything else. Because I forget what it is, but it's like, it might be 60 frames, but my brain is jello. But there's a certain frame rate that both eyes have to maintain throughout VR's, even its development, lest you make your like actual devs want to puke. So you can't play as fast and as loose as you would with other games. Stability, unfortunately, becomes much more prevalent with VR. Because if people get motion sickness, they don't come back. Sorry, again, it is 60? Okay. I thought that sounded right, but I don't trust my brain right now. And I don't want to give you all bad advice. Alright. Cold water to the face, we're doing it. Oh yes, a Web of Chaos. I mean, that's the thing that kind of stopped VR from like a mainstream adoption, is more people than not can't handle it. And it's something that you can get used to, you can acclimatize to, right? But to get the opportunity to acclimatize to it, you basically kind of have to push through the sick or just be lucky. With like vision-induced migraines, with motion sickness and traditional means, it's easier to push through. But VR motion sickness, as it was explained to me, is like, it's a special flavor. And once you start feeling queasy from VR, you have to stop. You can't just power through it. You're only going to feel more sick. Does that make sense? I mean, shit, I'm telling you stuff you already know. Oh, word. Aren't you all glad you came to hang out with me while I'm a fucking sleep-deprived disaster today? This is some classy, Class A streams here. Woo! But if I don't fix my sleep pattern, I'm fucked. Friends, I've had to fight to not wake up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh. And the thing is, there's so many of you here who are based in European time zones and stuff like that, and I miss you guys. I like talking with you all. And like, it's nice to be able to do both. Oh, okay. I do think this conversation is very valid. And the main reason being is that we are still in the churn. I think the reason we haven't had the full announcement for the Switch 2 is because of that. They're waiting to see how things settle, how things level out. And either that or they've been reworking release strategies in the ilk. I think Nintendo is still going to go for a lower powered console, and I think they're still going to try and keep the price point below everybody else. You know? And Megaboss, Watto, and welcome. You just finished 1,000 times Resist. What about 1001 times resist? Oh, yeah. No, Vanderbeest, this is just one of those waves of exhaustion. I'll be through it in a sec. I've probably got another hour and change before I can bust out some more coffee or whatnot. Whew. Unholy Boss Crusader, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, so, alright, outside of game news stuff, so just to give you all a little cap of what's going on. So I put up the schedule for the week, but just to recap, so today we're going to be playing Caravan Sandwich, unless I like really start to nod off, and then we might have to switch gears. But yeah, today we're going to be playing an exploration, non-combat, kind of like open world drivey adventure game, which I really wanted to share with you all. Tomorrow is the return of Elden Ring. It has been a fucking 1,000 years since our last jaunt with Therapy Sword. But Thursday, okay, so Thursday is going to be our Alan Wake wine and cheese session. TLDR, we're going to do the Lake House DLC, crack open a bottle of wine when it's acceptable to do so, eat some cheese, and talk about everything Alan Wake and Remedyverse-ness. All spoilers will be fair game. All content will be discussed. I do have Chorby coming over to help chat about it and discuss. Chorby and I have been joking back and forth a lot about Alan Wake, and I took one of Chorby's jokes at deadpan serious levels and then had to apologize because I was like, no, I actually do think that X, Y, and Z is also good. Whew. But no, I'm really looking forward to that, friends, because if you didn't see on Saturday, like, Phyllis, it's not currently, but it's not that it couldn't be moved. Also, I've still got Fiona's avocado chair, so I can just put Chorby on wheels here, or we can sit on the couch. I mean, ultimately, the reason why everything is set up like this is I do like the idea. I mean, shit, with tunes on, I'll sit with my buddy Bonio here. Hey, hey, hey. So, like, I don't know if you all can hear me from here. I don't know if I make audible sense. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. More on that story at 11. But yeah, so Chorby's coming around on Thursday, and we're going to do wine and cheese night. The entirety of Alan Wake 2 was so good, and I cannot wait to get into the weeds. But when we actually finished Alan Wake 2, we did it in one monstrous, fucking massive setup.
Still hunger.
Man on the couch, loads of slug cats. Can hear me and the clattering of bones. Fucking calcium's always gotta be the center of attention, don't you? Dickhead. But we ended up finishing Alan Wake in like a monstrous long spree. We didn't do the Lake House DLC, which is what we will be doing until it's acceptable to pop a bottle of wine. But I am really looking forward to getting into it because honestly, after like 13 hours of gaming or streaming, my brain was jello. I had nothing left in the tank. But I don't think Remedy would ever tell us, but I'd love to know how much Alan Wake 2 cost to make. Because they did say it broke even. And I don't know whether that takes into account or not the money they got from Epic. But, you know, after finding out that one Call of Duty game cost $700 million to make, Like, all right, friends, I'm gonna brew some tea before we start this because I need something caffeinated. But if I have another coffee, I will probably shit out my own heart. So let me just pop the kettle on while we're talking. So, whilst I'm turning the kettle on, so what have you all been playing this weekend? Because aside from cleaning and having like a bout of mania, I'm still on Billionaire and Stalker 2. Shocking, I know. Will, enjoying a shitty gunbang? What madness is this? I am busting out the green tea though, we're going hard. Okay. Arrow has been playing non-stop Abiotic Factor. Remember friends, don't drink the poop soup. Nothing has killed a long ship stream faster. Jamami's bouncing between Factorio and Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Yeah, get funky. Fearless has been getting back into Final Fantasy 14. Reached the Stormblood content, fuck yes. Though in fairness, I only know about that from when we had like a late night session with Shackle. They kind of told me all the deets. Holy Boss has been playing a bit of I Expected to Die 3. Still in VR? Because that whole series is fun as fuck. Really solved a lot of the like, how to make a VR game fun without the user having to move around a lot. Scar has been dancing between Endless Legend and Solitaire. Classy. Have you tried some of the Solitaire RPGs? Because I know Shadowhand got either a remake or a remaster, which was very good. Trezini's been on Palworld Shenanigans, love it. Oh, Fearless did a little Abiotic Factor. Poop soup makes for shitty viewing. Okay. A Hansonator was supposed to check out a smidge of Slay the Princess, but ended up jumping straight into the rabbit hole of psychological reading about the themes. Yo, it fucking goes! I do like that it solves the visual novel problem of once you go down a thread, that thread is then done, and then whatever you do in your next playthrough, it'll stop you from doing the same thing ad infinitum. Vanderbeest re-downloaded Skyrim, I'm so sorry. We'll see you in several years, Jumanji style. As Vanderbeest emerged from Skyrim with a long beard, like, what year is it? Numbers are still on their Y kick, plodding through number 4. Okie dokie. And Catastrophe is back into Honkai Star Rail. I'm glad you're enjoying it, friend. Akira Zero is probing a Pokemon team to beat their cousin up with. Not in video games, it's just 5 Pokemon. Legends bouncing between God of Weapons and Xenoblade Chronicles. Shit, did Xenoblade Chronicles X drop? And Legend, you're gonna have a great time with Slay the Princess. There's a lot more princess. And so Rebels, actually, it's funny you should mention Bloodlines because, so like right now, we're finishing up Alan Wake, which has been one of our long play games. And we've still got Elden Ring going on. I don't know how much more content there is to Shadows of the Erd Tree, but I'm definitely not rushing it.
The series is pronounced like peace, without the G, so H.
Numbers, thank you for the bits. Cow. Oh, yes. Two of the long play series I'd like to leap into once we've cleared these is I'd like to do Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines with you all. Because it is still very special. And kind of very 90s. And the other being Dread Delusion. I wanted to do, stream-wise, on Saturday we're going to be detectives together. Because, whatchamacallit, Shadows of Doubt hit version 1 the end of last year, and I was like, you know what? We've been meaning to play that for ages. Okay, so X hasn't come out, Legend. Alright, thank you.
I asked how the omelettes were and they said they were excellent. Regular show joke.
That's a joke that you stole. You should probably put it back where you found it. No, but friends, seriously, like Akira Zero, like, thank you for the 500 and numbers and all of you. Even though I am sleep deprived and battling my internal functions, you all have put in so much, you know? I hope days like this show you I am prepared to fight for long ship. Like, I could just go take a nap right now. Just sit on down next to Calcium Bonio, but no! I will unfuck my sleep! Now time to make a cup of tea. Just think about Fred. Do you know how there are certain forms of slander that even when you know the person is joking and being a jerk, you can't not react to? Fred started a rumor years ago that I put milk in green tea, and I know that that's not true. Fred knows that that's not true, but every time Fred brings it up, always winds me up something fierce. Which is why I started the whole poutine is cultural appropriation. Fred knows I'm joking. All the Canadians know I'm joking. But if I can play it with a straight enough face, they can't leave it alone. That's my revenge. Oh, sorry. Green tea brewing. I will say to Rebels and to Jackie, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but just to manage expectations, I do not think Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is going to be good. From the early footage I've seen, it's going to be a very linear vampire story with some, like, first-person action combat scenes. But it is not going to be like the original. The fact that it's being called 2 at all, I think, is just due to contractual nonsense. Well, and what's going to be funny is that it's going to be a shit show, and people are going to be asking, like, wait, why isn't this as good as, like, Still Wakes the Deep and shit like that? It's going to be a fucking mess. And I still wish I knew why it got taken away from Hard Suit Labs. But users are going to be livid about it. That much is for sure. Oh, but Catastros, there's levels, right? You know. But I will say that, like, we keep talking about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. We talked a lot about how it's been, we talked a lot about its impact and, you know, the fact that it's been a game that, despite its failures, has been loved and supported for fucking donkey's years. God darn it, I had a thought that dropped out of my head. Oh yes, so one thing I wanted to stream for you all on Saturday was Dark Sector, because I wanted to hammer home that publishers don't know shit most of the time. I mean, okay, in video games, everyone's making educated guesses, right? Like, we're all just either trying to make the game that we want to make, or we're trying to pick the games that we think are going to do well. But Dark Sector is something special because, Digital Extremes, the team behind Warframe, were pitching what became Warframe for donkey's years before it came to fruition, and they ended up like just self-publishing. Whew. But before that, as they were running around the houses trying to get funding for their game, which they were initially pitching like a reverse Alien, where instead of it being like you're on a ship and there's crap loads of monsters all trying to eat you, you are the fear in the dark. You're the thing going through the vents, killing everybody. You are a biotech Guyver-inspired ninja, just shitting up people's day. And I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. And they pitched it and they pitched it, and it ultimately got warped and twisted and changed into this like quasi-Resident Evil clone. Excuse you. Into this quasi-Resident Evil clone that wasn't good. And Catastros, you're not wrong in that Dark Sector and Dark Void got mixed up as well, because neither had a strong identity. Dark Void was basically the Rocketeer as a cover shooter, and Dark Sector was kind of like the greyest, grey-brownest third-person shooter where you got to throw a glaive around a bit, I guess. Okay, by coffee be healed. Oh, sorry, by tea be healed, otherwise this is going to be a really short stream. May the gods have mercy. Oh, okay. And what's fascinating about it is that it's one of the few instances where we have the data to show that all the tweaks and concessions that publishers made Digital Extremes make, like it had to be a third-person game. It had to be based in like a, you know, a gritty, fucking, I don't know, post-Resident Evil bollocks and whatnot. Like, all of that turned out to be wrong because Warframe is a massive success. Dark Sector wasn't. It was a bit of a mess. Catastros, you are not wrong. Yeah, no, Fearless. And that was the point where they kept saying stuff like space games don't sell, sci-fi's overdone, like people want like grounded contemporary shit. I don't know, friends. Like, not to put the cart before the horse, but I just want to keep hammering home the fact that now more than ever, publishers have the money, but very few of them have the knowledge, right? And anybody who's running around telling you that they know are full of shit. Like, even the peeps that picked up both Abiotic and Balatro, like, no publisher is picking 100% wins. Sorry, please forgive my yawns. Please forgive my yawns. Oh yeah, survival horror is dead. People don't want space games. Strategy games don't sell. All that like supposed common knowledge from the 20s, from the 2000s and the 2010s. DJ Coil, that joke is terrible, and you should return it to your doctor immediately. Side effects may include unwanted groans and internal pain. Web of Chaos says, I'll forgive the yawns, but not apology for them. That's unforgivable. Fair. And so Fearless, while I do agree with that, and that's definitely a lot of the philosophies now, it's that back when it came to them trying to... Uh-oh.
Alan is having breakfast when he is told that his close friend has passed away. Call that a morning wake.
Fuck off. Absolute fucking... That's $3 that you just gave to me to hurt me. Fucking terrors. Thank you for all of the bits. Fuck you all for the terrible jokes. Oh. Well, Survivals, what was so funny is when you think about it, like, Mass Effect dropped during that era when space games didn't sell, people didn't want sci-fi, people didn't want sci-fi. And then Mass Effect was like, that was when BioWare, that's when BioWare changed gears, you know what I mean? Because like Knights of the Old Republic was very well received, but it wasn't like, it wasn't zeitgeist tier. It was kind of one of those ones that Star Wars nerds would talk to other Star Wars nerds about how good it was. And Jade Empire was fine. I don't want to go back and play Jade Empire because I don't know how many problematic stereotypes are in it, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. But holy crap, did Mass Effect change BioWare's whole trajectory. And Farbles, that'd be fucking good. Predominantly, especially when it comes to space games, unfortunately the like the content problem becomes very pronounced. Like, people do want big space games that are good, but to make enough content to make those space games feel lived in, like, one of the big critiques of Starfield is just it feels empty, you know? And it's really hard to make a space sci-fi world feel big, feel lived in. Okay. Spoiler, space is mostly empty.
Oh, if we are going down the tortured jokes. If Alan became a farmer at a vineyard, would he be known as Alan Gray?
Okay, Google, how do I delete somebody else's Twitch account? Fucking terrors. Bacon, thank you for the 200. Even if it is just to fuck with me. Mental Monk, actually, Tyranny is on the grand list of games to stream. But to my knowledge, Tyranny isn't voice acted, so what I'm hoping to be able to do is bring a bunch of people.
If Alan was a gardener, would he be called Alan Ray?
That's so bad. That's so bad. Thank you for the 200. I need to say thank you. Yeah. Pun cops. They're coming for you. Oh no, that's the pun ETM.
Alan has a YouTube channel where he does woodcraft. It's called Alan Make.
Fucking go. Oh, and Mega Boss. I'm hurt and offended. You think I don't know 1,000 times resist. It was a potential on the docket for this week, but I felt like we needed more whimsy. Like, 1,000 times resist has been on a lot of people's Game of the Year lists and stuff, and deservedly so. That and Laureate and the Laser Eyes, fucking brilliant. But yeah, Jackie, I do agree that Eve feels lived in. But I think it's because the way you explore and move through Eve, you go from point to point. And like, there's always a local chat. There's always a feeling that there are other people in the space. And that's not an easy thing to make happen, right? But Mental Monk, yeah. So one of the things I would want to do is get some peeps around here and take turn voicing the characters for Tyranny. That would be a lot of fun. I still haven't done your... I'm supposed to be part of a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I need to check in on that. Oh. Yeah, Rebels. I don't want to spoil it, but it's not even my idea. It's somebody else's idea, and they specifically asked if I would like to be involved, and I was like, "Fuck yes." And I got my my fancy editing tool that I got given, so I can make videos. I'm gonna make some fancy videos. It's gonna be amazing. Okay. Okay, green tea's doing its job. Phyllis is one of 10 Collins. There's a Phil Collins joke in there somewhere, but my brain is too tired to work it out. I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that. It's one of my few claims to fame. That is telling off Phil Collins as a tiny child. "What are you doing in my dad's farm?" I said to his face. He's a very tiny man. He's a very tiny man. Yeah, see? Staying awake. Staying awake. Hoppa-chaw. 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 Guinea pigs are not impressed. Darkstar 1. Shit. Let me bring that up. Because there's a few and that rings a bell. Oh yeah, shit. Ironically, Darkstar 1 was used as one of the examples of sci-fi games don't sell. Because I want to say that dropped on the 360. Yeah, so it dropped on the 360. Yeah. Yeah, DJ Coil, if I remember correctly, it was developed by a lot of the people who worked on Freelancer and a few of those others, trying to break out and do their own thing. Kind of similar to the X series. And Mega Boss, yeah, no, 1000 Times Resist has been rolling in recommendations, and it is that good. It's just, whenever I'm planning out our streams for the week, I try and make sure that it's not just a week full of bleak games, or a week just full of like violent games and whatnot. We have a lot of different people in the Longship, and honestly, considering the state of the fucking world, I don't think we want to go too hard into the misery. And I try and take that into account. So like today, we're going to be playing a real nice game, you know? And Caravan Sandwich is a good example of, one, how varied, like the breadth and depth of games that you can now have. And it's also really fucking cool and kind of cute. DJ Coil, I do agree the Rebel Galaxy games definitely sat in that same sphere. And they sat in it really well. Sadly, the dogfighting follow-up just wasn't as good, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, I wanted to like it. Gods, I wanted to like it. But there was something about that first Rebel Galaxy, its whole, like, you know, outlaw country and space vibe that was so fucking good. And having it on a flat plane meant they could do some really interesting stuff with it. And yeah, Mega Boss, indeed it is. The Zero Escape series is highly celebrated for a very good reason. Just breathing through it. Just breathing through it. Okay. Okay. I'm so healthy today. I'm so healthy. Okay, speaking of which, how about we get this fucking cute as shit game going? But we can keep talking about this. Because, okay, before I lose the thread, the thing I want you to take away from this is that publishers do not know what the fuck they're doing. Like, most of the time. There are a few times, but finding a publisher that actually knows what it's doing, or that has your interests at heart, is rare. You find that, you hold on to it. You know. And Fearless, hell yeah. I think, God, Ket and I talked about those a million years ago. Those are some good times. Okie dokie lokies. So yeah, let's do some cute witch shit. Do some cute witch shit. Okay. I'm definitely not going to tell people about this on Blue Sky or otherwise, because I am a fucking disaster. And the fact that you lot are putting up with me, I'm incredibly grateful for. It's basically like you all have come into your coffee shop slash bar of choice, and the bartender is just riggedy twisted, either drunk or just that exhausted. Hey, Chaunerus, Watto and welcome. You know what, Web of Chaos? I'll take that. I'll take that as a fucking compliment. Well, too mellow. We're gonna add some. We're gonna add some Vidya game. Caravan sandwich. Oh shit. Friends, we might be the #1 Caravan sandwich streamers on twitch.tv. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Puck-out. I had my kind of my manic cleaning spree on Sunday because I was kind of tail spinning a little bit, not gonna lie. Okay, I need you over here. There we go. Woo! Yeah, I feel it's like I either have leftover curry for lunch, or I can make myself a thematically themed sandwich. Yeah. And again, friends, I have been keeping an eye on this since its announcement, and I really wanted to share this with you sooner. So I'm sorry it's taken us this long to get to it, because the things I want you to take away from today is you could make something like this. No conflict means that, you know, you're down to puzzle design, you know, and making content for the environments and shit like that. Like, it's amazing how not having a combat system frees you up to do a lot of shit. Now, to then make that interesting is another challenge altogether, but, you know, if you've ever encountered a game where you were like, I really like X, but I really wish I didn't have to, you know, fight a million guys, you can do that. And you know what? No one can stop you. I can't stop you. I am powerless to stop you. I don't know if this has been documented. I physically can't stop you. And let me turn on the second key light because it's getting all wintry nighttime. Calcium, you're allowed to snooze. I'm not. Oh, and at very least, friends, regardless of how much time we spend playing this, I really hope that that's your takeaway from this is that. Now I want to read that like sausage, like sausage. Dyslexia is fun. I can't believe it. I have received a distress signal from my sister, Garance's spaceship. She disappeared 6 years ago. Bah, bah, bah! And the distress signal's coming from our home planet. Let's fucking go! Moose says, hot take. Remedy needs to consider this. You know... We'll talk about it more when Shawby's over on Thursday, but you know what's interesting is that Remedy's writing has progressed beyond the point of needing a combat and gameplay loop. I think, unfortunately, if you want to do mass market appeal, you do still need to have something. Right? You can't just... Like, there has to be something for the users to, you know, engage with directly in the moment to moment. We, as a group, are fine with games where you can take your time and move around slowly, but, like... This is cute. Our instant messenger is called Toaster. Your emergency contact from Masero Grande. This message has been sent from the network of the planet Sigalo. Okay, so that's the... So we got an automated message about our sister suddenly popping up. And the Helios project is still not over. Lunacy. Madness. This place is not maintained well. And... Basile is just saying, where are you? I found this note in your room. You're going back to Sigalo just like that. I'm calling Dad. This is not going to happen, no way. Do not get on that train. Nice try, Sigalo. Urge to try and jump off the edge. Whew! Welcome to Sigalo Space Station. You're the second person this year to come here. That means there'll be no crowds. The remedy is the experience, bleeding Nora. Well, okay, just jumping back. We played through Control with damage turned off. And honestly, that game could still have slapped with no real combat. Which is obviously a testament to how fucking good it is. Whew. Whew. I should have chosen something way more high energy for today. Alright. Barrier's open, there's no more way to stop me. No cheeky wall jumps. No numbers. I guess the thing, if I put my head down now, all the hard work is undone. I'm gonna keep going here as long as I can. And... Ah shit, there's the train! Space train! Like, once I can no longer stream, what I'm going to do is just sit myself here, set up Stalker 2, and just binge that. Bloody signal jammers. Alright, I'm in a hurry. You taking the train? Straight up, you're Sage after all. Sauge. You're sausage. Alright, we've got a little time. So what are you doing here? Didn't you go to school the same time as my sister? It's like, I gave up. Anyway, have you not been able to contact Sigalo? There's a signal jammer in the village. A piece of old consortium tech that cuts off all comms. People have given me a shopping list since we can't even order anything anymore. Okay. Sage and Basil. Fuck, I didn't even notice that Aeon. That's how sleep deprived I am. Ah, there's the whistle. Let's fucking go. I also like, check out the design of this fucking train. Oh, this game is going to be very French. So very French. Oh yeah, and Captain Hillian. That's not lost to me. Damn. Ninjas. Okay, so it's not really something to write home about, but I'll never get sick of the countryside. Okay, whilst I did some thinking during the ride, I'm gonna tell you something, so don't panic. Alright. I received a distress signal from Garance, aka the missing of 6 years sister. Nah, yeah, of course you did. So that's impossible. I'm in her emergency contacts. Her spaceship is in critical state. Garance is dead, or disappeared, and she doesn't want to be found. Anyway, that's the last thing I want to talk about. Sorry, I know this means a lot to you. No, you don't understand. I cannot believe that Garance is alive after all these years. Well, it came from a spaceship and we'll find it. Get some answers. So what's that noise? It says it must be Rose. Let's go have a look. Okay. More cold water on the face. Never give up, never surrender. I know, babies, I know. Sorry about this, friends. I am determined. I'm determined not to give up. I know, babies. And hey, thank you all for keeping me company on this. I know this isn't what any of you signed up for today on stream. Keeping my dumb ass alive. But if I don't do this, I'll go back to, like, waking up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'll never get this fucking long shit back on track. Oh, who's heading to bed? Oh, okay, Mega Boss. Go get some sleep. Cheers to you. And thank you for keeping me company. And jumping back in, so Wraith, with Hillian and everybody, we're talking about Remember Me, which was the white and orange, I want to say Ubisoft published game. Had some really interesting ideas about it. Whew. I'm just gonna... Do you see the track storm on your journey? Okay. Alright, I'm loving all the little details on this. So friends, I'm going to do my best to, you know, read dialogue and stuff as is, but the chances of me getting a bit drifty potato in showing off game stuff is quite high. So for whatever I forget, I apologize. And that is 40-year-old soda. Okay. The last one on the board is from 2 years ago. It's sad. Everyone just up and leaves because there's no more work. Yeah. The other game I was considering for today, but I was worried it might be a little too chill, was the Hinterlands one. The one about, you know, what if dungeons full of monsters weren't only common, but were a tourist attraction. Okay, so I think we're going to talk to Gammy Gam Gam. Okay, blah 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 blah. I'll take the car. Oh shit. Okay, the car is kind of fucked. Cold ankles. You make a good point. Long ships don't go on track. That's how you know I'm sleep deprived.
I'm sorry, my reflexes aren't as sharp as I used to be. I fucking crashed the car. Oh, I fucking crashed it.
Okay. Alright. No one here. So, Rose, aka Gran Gran, cannot drive, and our blue haired friend doesn't have a license. The fact that we're probably like 3 of maybe 6 people on the planet, and we're still.
Whee!
And we're still adhering to road safety. This art style's super clean. Ah, God. Friends, do you remember when, like, painted textures were, like, a gimmick? Be careful where you're driving, sausage. My little van is pretty dented. Go faster! Hit the floor. Ooh. Fucking brakes on this thing are almost instant. I love it. Oh. And Legend, yes. And the thing is, I can't even say that it's insomnia. Like, no, friends, I've been trying not to get feelsy every stream, and I haven't succeeded in that, but, you know, we've gone through fucking hell and high water, and here's the thing, this little flat is so cozy. You don't even know. One of the problems was, like, I was so sleep deprived when we moved apartments. And then we got the bed set up here, and I slept. Friends, I slept like I'd never slept before. And over the following days, like, we'd move shit, and then I just passed the fuck out. Like, the good sleep. And it was wonderful. And the thing is that now I've gotten to the point where I have to, like, regulate my sleep, because otherwise, I've just got my little cozy cave over there, and it's fucking good. Like, you know, I'm trying to unfuck my sleep pattern because, you know, especially over the holidays, it was real easy to just, you know, stay up late, stream long, have people over, you know. 5 o'clock didn't seem like a stretch, do you know what I mean? It's a wonderful thing. Like, it's not white guy insomnia, and it's not like depressy spaghetti. It's I'm in a warm home with my little nuggies and me, and a comfy bed, and it's, you know, I don't have people above me banging, I don't have people below me drilling through the fucking Earth's crust. You know, it's taken a long time to get here. And now it's about focusing on, you know, what I want to do moving forward, what we want to do moving forward, you know? Streaming isn't a huge millstone hung around my neck. I fucking love doing it. I do need to only do long streams on special occasions. No more fucking 12-hour beasts because YouTube gets so mad at me. Friends, I mean, thankfully it was a good excuse to learn how to use a new program, but like, I had to manually cut up that last VOD into pieces so that y'all could see it. It's fucking bullshit. Like, I also want to be making some video stuff for you all. I've started production on a long form video, and I think I still need a. Because someone came up with the idea of a YouTube channel called Environmental Story Yelling as my long form, and I was like, that's pretty good. And I guess I shouldn't really call it long form, but like, you know, I put a joke out, was it yesterday, day before, that dudes will literally start working on a video essay rather than going to therapy. Oh no, Chaunerus. Alan Wake 2 was a special occasion, like, no doubt. No doubt. But for, like, you know, the abiotic factor nights and stuff like that, it doesn't have to go until 1 o'clock in the morning. You know, that's where I have to be like, I have to be a grown-up about it. Because, like, I can physically stream for much longer than most people. And then streaming for long sessions leaves you in this weird fugue state where, like, mentally, you are fucking exhausted. And physically, your body's like, whee! And trying to get those two to calm down and catch up to the same point can take a little while. Yuka's like, everyone get around! Sausage is back! All 3 of them! Saffron. Oh, kid, you're here. Sausage! It's been too long! Scripted content. You're right, Wraith. That was the term I was looking for, and failing to find. Alright, let's not mess about. We need help here. Neffel. I took the signal jammer down to the square, just like you asked. Okay, so I guess we'll be taking out the signal jammers pretty hard. My little sausage, could you please take care of it? The village folk really want to see you too. You know what? Fine. I'm not going to turn them down. Oh, fuck. You know what it is? Because it was fucking cold yesterday. I bet the AC is keeping it warm in here for the nuggies. How warm is it in here? It's very warm. Of course it is. There we go. Oh, let's get some cold air going in here. Woo! I would open the window, but then we'd have to hear everything in the outside world. Oh, but yeah, finishing Alan Wake 2 was so good. It was so good. Alright. Taking my shoes off. Sadly, no exclamation wiki feet anymore. Oh, oh. But yeah, just one more time before I get talking about like stream stuff. This game is beautiful and is deserved of your attention. If I skim over story beats, if I just kind of putz around on it, please forgive me. And consider picking up a copy for yourself and like exploring it properly, you know? Because, God, we are spoiled for such good indie games these days. And one of the difficult things is when you're spoiled like we are, is not treating... It's not treating these games like they're throwaway. You know? I love about this is that you can already see, like, the local kids have kind of scribbled little, like, dioramas and chalk and stuff like that. Oh, a standard component for which all transistors are made. Okay. I've already lost my train of thought. I'm usually at the village square. Is that not the way to the village square? Okay. Okay, so crepes also offer a thing. Okay, so it must be up this way. Whew. Okay. Your sausage. Oh, okay. Alrighty, let's get started. Let's go break some shit. The old unjam-a-llama. Job's done. Hydro post. God, I just want a nap. The smooth guitar of this is very evocative of Timberhearth from Outer Wilds. Making banjo sad again. Okay, so we've destroyed one radio jammer, and that opens up like map access and stuff. Also, apparently ninjas. Oh, fucking ninjas. Okay, I'm so ready. Tell me where to go to smash shit. Okay, he wants recycle parts. Okay. Orzine, isn't it Tuesday when they do the usual Steam maintenance? Yeah. Like, tell me it's not anything more serious than that. Whew. Okay, so first things first, go drop off Gran.
My remote alcohol distillery caught on fire. When I called to check the status, the workers replied, still on fire.
Orzine, what and welcome. Akira Zero, that was 500 bits, and my brain barely registered that. This green tea is not doing its job. Do 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 do. Okay, it's like, Okay. I guess I'm just standing desk. Yeah, Kakazi, we will increase the amount of tea. No, seriously, Akira Zero, thank you for that. And I did the slow blink there. I did the slow blink. So, Orzine, lovely to see you. The reason why I'm kind of prancing around like a dingus is I'm trying to reset my sleep. I woke up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning, which is like normal people time, after not a lot of sleep, but I decided to leap on the opportunity. So what I could do is finally get my sleep into a regular pattern. I am currently at the stage where my body is desperately saying, let's have a nap. Just have a nap. Just have a nap, Will. Will, just have a little kip. It'll be fine. Don't even worry about it. So, and I'm trying to show off this beautiful game, Caravan Sandwich. And I'm worried it might be too smooth. It's alright, I've just keep popping up to do stuff. It's also lovely and warm in here, so I'm trying to uncozy this house so I can stay awake. So the TLDR, and apologies for skipping through this, is basically this was our home planet. Our our oldest sister went missing 6 years ago and hasn't been seen. But their equivalent of like, I don't know, AOL Instant Messenger just sent us a ping saying that her ship has been found. So we've now returned to come find out what's going on, except for our home planet is currently littered with these like signal jammers. So the people on the planet can't call out. They also can't have like, they can't search for things. They have no like mapping tech or what have you. So we're going to be running around trying to unfuck this duck. And Nana Rose apparently is giving us her fucking her van. That's the only vehicle still working. Oh fuck yeah! Ozine, have you done Deathloop before? Is this your first foray into it? Just because I fucking love Deathloop, and it solves. T really hit the spot. And of course, Sausage is going to have like a cutie sleepover with Gran. Chapter 1, Higher Speed. 3 days since Garance's message. Okay. Sorry, Ozine. I'm more quadruple checking because, like, with me being sleep deprived, like, I don't want to spoil shit accidentally, but, like, Deathloop should be taught in schools. Because it takes the elements from... sorry, I know you know this, but I'm just talking about this for my sake. It takes the elements that made Dishonored really interesting and then makes them more freeform. Oh, excuse me. Like, there are only 2 ways you play Dishonored. Fuck you, stab, 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 or I am the knight, I am the ghost. There's no in-between, there's no improvisation. You know, if you're trying to be, I am the knight, and you accidentally hurt somebody, you just reload a save. And murder, death, kill, kill, kill is just the, you know, no shit's given. I know you know this. But with Deathloop, because you're replaying these same segments, there's no karma crossover, there's no carryover, right? It's easier to stealth, but if you get rumbled, that's not it. That's not, alright, well, I'll just load my save, whatever. You know? There's no morality slider. But it is an interesting thing about, like, how the psyche of a time loop would affect you, right? Like, after a certain amount of time, it would start to get to you. And you'd become more careless. You'd stop paying attention to a bunch of stuff. Oh, my fucking life. Oh. Friends, today is going to be a challenge, alright? Today is going to be a challenge. Oh, okay. Apparently, I'm just doing physical exercise to stay awake. Oh. I wonder if Therapy Sword's gonna be better or worse. I feel so bad because this game is fucking gorgeous. I've been wanting to show it off to you. Right? Now, the idea that we're getting automated alert messages that sets us on our hero's journey quest is really fucking cool. You know? Oh, thank you, Rebels. Like, thank you. And I guess if I keep making my points while I'm standing up and moving around, that should help. I think the girls have taken it as, is it salad time for babies? Is it salad time for babies? Is it salad time for babies? Be my little cutie patootie. You're gonna be my little cutie. Alright, you can come say hi to the people. Look at this little cutie. Look at this little cutie. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. I'm gonna get your feeties in. This is my little nuggie. This is our little chatty lady. The little diva has started squeaking because now Cleona's not here. She's like, wait, where's my friend? You hear that? That's the little diva squeaking.
There we go.
Okay. Alright, I guess I gotta spoil these babies a little bit. Okay. No, I know. You want for a salad. Okay. Alright. I know, babies, I know. Don't say I don't love you. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Little kitties. Okay. I try and hide silent around them to find. It keeps them active. Okay. Boy howdy, did I severely underestimate how much trying to reset my sleep was going to kick my own ass. The diva demands her brave wife. A loud wife, I would say. I miss my loud wife. Oh. I don't know, and I think one of the other reasons why I'm not ready to call it on this just yet is that with all the shit going on with CES and stuff like that, we're having to put up with so much fucking bollocks around generative AI. And, you know, I joked about this the other day of saying, like, you know, generative AI could never have made the B movie. But in actuality, it could never make something like this, you know? It could kind of half hallucinate a wrong, broken version of something like this. But it could never make something like this. Because there's a care and a heart to this. Like, the fact that so much of these, like, concrete structures have, like, little children's scribbles on and stuff like that. That it really does... It really does speak volumes. You know, this is a place that is both, you know, both lived in and also kind of abandoned at this point, you know what I mean? Like, you get the feeling that this was once like oh. Okay, we're gonna drive back down to the old place. Also, I saw a little cave around here, so I'm gonna go. Sorry, Rebel says this reminds me of the McElroy brothers bit. I love my tall wife. I love my tall wife. But no, like. One of the reasons why I'm not freaking out about generative AI stuff is that, like, one... Okay, an uncommon component. Love to see it. I don't even know what components are for right now. But yeah, I'm not worried about generative AI because... ultimately, you know, it's lacking in soul and creativity can be felt. You know, when you pick up a game that feels like somebody cares about it, you can feel that. And I think more so in games than a lot of other spheres, the soullessness of generative nonsense really comes through. I don't know if it sounds like I'm being overly naive or, I don't know, overly optimistic, but it doesn't come from a place of optimism. You know? AI's whole kind of raison d'etre is essentially to make it so that they don't have to pay people. They don't have to go through the rigmarole of finding an artist and then, God forbid, paying them what they're worth. But then ultimately you're just left with cheap knockoff of everything that came before. That soullessness is so pronounced. Well, yeah, and Keldra, it tells me in advertising terms to fucking stay away like a poisonous creature, you know? Like, AI art is the red snake with white stripes. I know I need to absolutely positively not fucking touch that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a very bad time. Because it's like, with generative AI images in games now, the first thing it makes you think is, oh, well, they don't have enough money to pay an artist. So that means they don't know what they're doing. You know, I saw one guy who was trying to justify the use of, like, AI music because he wanted a specific, like, tone and style and genre. And it's like, homie, people would have made this for you. You fool. Yes, Keldra, exactly. They don't have the money to market properly. They can't afford to do it right. So they're just, you know, throwing AI-generated images at the wall. And Arandios, I would disagree because, like, inspiration comes from you, right? And hallucinated schlop that comes from other people is kind of, I don't know, you can only ever get surface level nonsense that is wrong from, like, generative AI stuff. Alright, this is a bit of a tangent, but one of my favorite, like, bizarro topics is the construction of the world of Cowboy Bebop, right? Cowboy Bebop is based on different parts of Japan, predominantly during, like, the 40s and 50s. Like, there are different parts of, like, the Japanese docks and, you know, other parts of, like, post-industrial Japan that they found wholesale pictures of and then sketched those and made them the basis for these different areas. So all the different planets in Cowboy Bebop are based in different either coastal towns or otherwise. And so it gives it this really lived-in feel. That's how it can be both high sci-fi but also feel like a real place. Mars, in the Cowboy Bebop film, is based on Morocco. And that kind of, like, melting pot of different cultures, because Mars is supposed to be one of the biggest, like, colonies post-Earth, right? That kind of inspiration, that's where brilliance comes from. You can't get that from generative. Yeah, with a slice of New York. I just want to say one more time, friends, that I'm kind of coasting on this. This is already brilliant. Please, 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 if you have the funds to do so, pick up a copy for yourself. Because this is already very good. But yeah. I did have an interesting discussion about like the... like the unconscious hallucinations that one can create using generative flavored nonsense, and it... like, where that awful kind of like uncanny regurgitatedness is the intended point of it. And I have complicated feelings with that. Well, and Kakazi, that's the thing. Could a generative AI create a copy of this? Maybe, one day in 1,000 years. But it couldn't create this game. And that's the important thing, is like... games are such an incredible intersection of different disciplines and styles and heart, that when it all comes together, you get like a beautiful blend. Or, you know, like you do with, you know, things like Balatro and Vampire Survivors, you get one person just banging some crazy shit against a rock to see what happens, right? So in that regard, you can see where creativity definitely inspires the cool shit. And that, like, you can emulate the art style of one game and the, you know, gameplay mechanics of another, and have a robot smush them together for you, but they're going to be ultimately hollow. Yeah, after the Wanted Dead video, I'm going to do something on the Age of Authenticity. Oh, okay, and Kakazi, no, I understand what you're saying. And again, I do apologize because, like, you know when you can physically feel the pull of sleep? That's what I feel right now. So I'm doing battle with that at the moment. Yeah, no, so, Arandios, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying in counterpoint is that what you're getting then is you're starting with regurgitated slop and then tweaking it. You're not starting from a place of creativity. So if you say to a generative AI, make me a Space Marine, make me a Space Marine-like thing, what you're getting is like a chewed up, mulched mush of what has already existed. And then you tweak it and then you change it, but there's no heart, there's no intent. Right? Yeah, Aeon, that's a way better way of putting it. There are significant pieces missing in the creative thought process once you go to like the algorithmic side. And I think it's something that will ultimately leave you poorer. Like, all the time that you'll spend trying to unfuck the generative images is time you could have spent, like, looking into things you do want, you know? One of the things that I always riled against was that looking at generative AI as the, oh, well, we take inspiration from others, and we do, yeah. But, like, how you filter your inspiration through you is what will make your game special. Not the things that you're taking from, right? And I don't just... Okay, it's easy to point out with something this gorgeous, right? Like, look at these textures. The anims are fucking beautiful, and we have our own little cool kid car to rush around in. Like, this is not a difficult game to understand its appeal, but, like... I take, like, fucking Helldivers 2, for example. Like, that does so much. And it's not just, you know, what if we threw a coat of paint over Starship Troopers? It has a flavour all its own. The ways in which it apes and mocks shitey fascism. The way it uses a lot of modern iconography and parlance to say a similar thing. Okay, this is the Hydra post. Ooh. Sorry, friends. You know that feeling when you sometimes lurch awake from sleep? That's what that was right there. That was me going, oh. Yeah, and sorry, like, Arandios, I'm not saying all this to point at you and go, psh, what a terrible concept and stuff. Because, like I said, we've talked about... Okay, how can you use generative AI? Here's how you can use it. You take a bunch of your art, things that you have created, train an adversarial network on that, and let it generate you weirdness from your own mind, from your own heart. And then you can create some things that are really fascinating. But it's very expensive to do that, right? Like, the cost of hiring a server and the cost of computation is not free. You know, I've talked a lot about our good friend Star Saint Germain, and she literally did that. For the Bureau of Multiversal Affairs, she drew the art of each of the main characters and then used generative elements to animate them alongside, like, you know, lip syncing and stuff like that. And it worked, but it was super expensive to do. It ended up being more costly than doing it manually. I actually did not pay attention to where we're supposed to be driving, so I'm literally just puttering around. But... like, that is something you can do with it, but again, like, you're putting in a lot of time and effort to do it in a way where you could have come up with something better and clearer if you'd done it yourself. And I would also say, like, incorporating it into your art pipeline, your personal one, is a bad idea because there's a very strong chance a lot of this shit won't be around in, you know, 2-3 years. Flamingos. Be friends. Be my big pink friend. Hello, big bird friend. Okay, I have been shunned. You know, I'm learning how to use a new editing suite at the moment for making videos, because I learned how to use Sony Vegas ages back. Oh, okay. Hey, wait, come back!
Bye!
And Aeon, I have seen those, but like, if it's not making cash, you know, there are a lot of desperations to implement. There's a lot of desperation on the tech side to implement generative AI into all facets of who knows what. That isn't because it is a great technology that we should be using. It's because they desperately need a use case. Like, they desperately need a way to be able to make it make sense. And right now they can't. Yeah, Ket said that as well earlier today, is like, they have a solution, but they don't have a problem. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Dyslexic. Ho! So yeah. Okay. Oh, so my objective is to explore and get all the pieces needed. Okay. I think we checked most of here. We can go this way some more. I guess we're looking for scrap to bring together the piece we need to manipulate stuff. Okay. Yes. Oh, sorry, just Ket was saying that they're pitching a business idea where they can cut more people out of the process. Yeah, well, and what we've seen with CES is also the attempts to just implement it any which way from nonsense. And Kimball, I wholeheartedly agree with you. The fun thing about it is that they're being given the answer to a math question, but the answer isn't correct. You know, somebody copied somebody else's homework wrong, and that's what you get. But yeah, it's going to be very funny to see just how many projects will have to put their hand up and be like, yeah, no, we made no money on this and we wasted so much. Right now, apparently, a lot of teams, well, I should say, a lot of people in the tech space are justifying it because they're under the impression that they'll be generating billions of dollars in the next, like, 4 or 5 years, which they won't. Sorry, just breathing through the sleep deprivation. Just breathe through it. Whew. Comes in waves. It comes in pints. I really wish it didn't. Whew. That was a big one. I definitely chose the wrong game for today. This game is so beautiful, and it definitely is making me want to have a nap. Anyway, I'm not trying to be all toxic positivity on this. I got into a pretty big discussion about it with a friend over at New Year's, and, you know, I do honestly believe that we don't have to worry. Jackie was saying, and I quote, "Every junior is like AI this, AI that. We can get a license to this." And Jackie's just sitting here counting the amount of licenses we cancelled again because said junior found a new tool of the week. Yes. Ket, I think you might be right, but I don't know what else we would jump into just yet. Except for just, like, nattering and drinking stuff. And, you know, like, I might make that 5 PM coffee. Because the green tea is not cutting it. Whew. But yeah, I'm one warm, cozy cutscene away from game over. And I gotta make it to at least 10. Now, the way I figure is, like, I'll hang out here, and once I start going, like, non-verbal, then I'll just, I'll say my thank yous, my goodbyes, and hit, Stalker 2. Though I've had the weirdest craving to play fucking, Cyberpunk again. It turns out, like, even after all these years, even after the depth that I went to in my second playthrough, there's still massive things I missed. There's a special cyber deck that does the thing that should be impossible really well. It does it really well. And I'm like, how did I miss that? Oh. Well, so, Randios, do you know what's really funny? I played Cyberpunk initially because it was the big release of the year and I wanted to understand it. So I kind of half-assed it when I started and I found it got its claws into me. Oh yeah, Orzine, one of the special decks from Phantom Liberty has... I don't want to say it because I want to spoil shit. But... it has the shit that you shouldn't be able to do built into one of the, like, the decks. And I didn't even know it because I went down the route of crafting my own legendary quick hacks. So... yeah, right? And I only just fucking found out about that, like, this morning whilst scrolling my varying feeds. Sadly, I'm not set up to stream it just because it'd be a huge download. And I think watching a game download would definitely put me to sleep. I'm going to beg your forgiveness once again. I'm just going to have a quick little pee break because I've been chugging water and tea. Then I'm going to come back, say hi, pop a coffee on. And let's turn this into a cute little talk show. Because I'd love to keep chatting about this, friends. And it's like, there's so many of you that I don't usually get to talk to when I start so late in the day. So it's like, it's good to see everybody. Kindball, I hope you're doing good. Ket, I feel like we've actually gotten to hang out digitally a load. I don't know how your allergies are with guinea pigs, but you could actually come round to my house. That's a thing you could do. We could actually do that. Because, like, dude, there was no... like, with both River and Amos, there was so much dog hair everywhere. Numbers! Also... sorry. I didn't mean... God, I'm a disaster today. Alright. Bear with me just a second, friends. Got the babies, some cute bevies as well. And... Oh no, Aeon. I sit down on that couch, KO. That was actually what happened with one of the forced resets from last week. I was doing great. I sat down. And then I don't remember falling asleep. I jump scared, awake, realizing that I had awoken. Like, it was bad. It was bad. And yeah, we'll definitely have to come back to this game because it's so fucking pretty. And Verdant, what and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Just raiding the old tech. Having a potter about. How are you? Tell me your tales. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Oh, we were just down here, weren't we? We don't have the tools yet. Basically, it's getting us to scavenge just enough parts for our first little upgrade. So, yeah. I haven't had to do one of these resets in a good long while. And, I used to be pretty good at them when I had to travel a lot for work. Because you have to be able to reset your body clock. Like, you know, if you're immediately about to go from 0 to working in a different time zone, you've got to be able to reset your body clock. And that is definitely one of those things that's easier said than done. What's a Relento grave? Huh. Anyone care for a glowing mushroom that totally won't make you trip tits? No? Well, yeah, so, Aeon, unfortunately, I have the same philosophy with sleeping that I do with drinking. Which is, I can go without, but once I start, you know, I've had this grand vision many times in the past that I'll nap, right? I'll be one of those people that takes a nap. You know, I'll have a snooze for 20 minutes, and I'll feel refreshed and invigorated. Wait, no, just kidding. I accidentally fell asleep for 3 hours, and now I am entirely fucked. I'm fucked the bad way. Like, I've never been able to just, like, put my head down for 5 minutes and feel better. I guess I've put myself in a few carb comas. Oh, I got my strange athlete badge. Okay. I'm just lucky you lot are all putting up with me being a disaster piece today and keeping me company, you know? You notice I haven't put my headphones in because the aircon's kicked in, so it's nice and chilly now. Sup, Frog? So this should help. Should help. And we'll, hey! Hanging out at a super queer clubhouse. And turning on the fucking devil's lettuce lamps. Let's go. You know what's better than weed? Gay weed. Of course it's a fucking shark plushie. God damn it. Did we ever find out who it was that made the Blahage into such a queer icon? Did we ever find out about that? Is there someone I can blame? Oh. Verticality in this is very, very good. Jesus, Rebels. I don't think that's the vibe we're going for. That sounds bizarre. Hey, then, Arandios, I am envious of that skill. So, like, I am not bad at sleeping. Some people really do struggle, and I completely understand that. If I can get my head down, once I'm down, I get that good sleep. It's not a little bit of sleep. It's all or nothing. But, like, I can sleep on planes. I can sleep in cars. I haven't tried to sleep on a boat yet, and I hope I never have to. You know? That's my superpower, right? But it comes at a terrible cost. Which is desperately trying to keep all my shit together. And apparently sleeping in someone else's bed, so let's not even worry about that. It's my bed now. My superpower is not liking boats. You've cracked it, Verdant. My superpower is also my great weakness. The character's getting a nap in. This feels personal. Oh yeah, Phyllis, didn't you do like a fucking tall ship sailing? I almost said sailing mission. Okay. Aeon says, if it's any consolation, I'm done with boats. They crossed you one too many times, huh? Too many betrayals. Big frog. Huh. Dice, that's fascinating. Aeon, that sounds stressful and not fun. Whose baby is this? Oh god, the child's apricot. Little apricot and sausage. Cheese! The child is also obsessed with cheese. Oh god, there is one last thing I can do. Yeah, and Clementine. There's a theme here. I've got one last overclocking superpower. You remember before we moved the series of okay. 40-year-old camera, there we go. Oh, no. Alright. If we're doing this, and we are doing this, there is one trick I have left. The tea has not cut it. Coffee might be ill-advised. But there is one thing! By the old gods and the new. I shall not sleep this day. I shall wait till night. I will not be defeated by a cutie patootie adorable indie game that is totally worth your time, by the way. Oh no. Oh no. Because friends, in my hands, I have a tall boy. Oh, what kind of tall boy is that, Will? Is that like a nice fruity beverage or some kind of like tea? No! It is apocalyptic energy drink. It is Arizona Iced Tea's Fallout crossover energy drink. Today I commune with the spirits. Numbers is like, well, Will's gonna die. Ah, well, Dice, if you do get fuck you money, I will be very happy for you. And if you need someone to live in your garden like a strange little streaming gnome, that was all the rage for a while. I could be a little gnome guy. I could be a little guy. Need a pulley to use the zip line. Okay. Okay, I need to find one red piece of goodies. Damn, Verdant still has a bottle of Magic the Gathering X Jones soda. Okay. Here lies Will. He tried to reset his body clock. He overclocked it and exploded. The end. Because like I said, friends, even if we bring the stream to a close early, that doesn't matter. I have to stay awake for a minimum of another 5 hours. Minimum. Now, I can kind of hit like the gamer zone on, like I said, on like Stalker 2 or something like that. It's just communicating and being like vaguely understood at the same time is easier said than done. Hang on. I have a fucking car. Why am I not driving? The fuck? Why am I walking like an idiot with my legs? Would jump scares help? Would Subnautica with scare alerts? That is an excellent question. I mean, the fear is real. The fear is real. Can I check up there? Depth will be happening, that's for fucking sure. No, I need to get the I need to get a squad together for depth. And who the heck is this? Oh, it's just future Mr. Universe. His name's Curry. Fucking course he is. Curry and sausage. I do, handlebar. Underneath this attire, I specifically have my Caravan breeches on. Made with Caravan stitches. And some cheeky Caravan witches. Dude's just giving us a get me a Sani fetch quest. The cheek of it all. Indeed, and listening to Caravan Palace should help offset the Caravan Malice. Oh, a spooky person with a hat. What are they up to? Hey, fucko, I stole your camera! You fucking left it! Okay, so unlock the little shortcut. And there's the... What's the red upgrade piece that we need? Caravans. They're vans for people who care. Woo! Oh, That's real cute. Sorry. So these little like toast panels are kind of like another version of our little instant messenger, but because we're in an area which is being blocked by the signal jammers, it scrambles even our instant messages. That's kind of cool. Bones of a coward! Oh. Okay. So rather than apologising, I'm going to say once more, friends, thank you for keeping me company through this. You know? Ultimately, the reason I'm putting myself through this little, like, sleep-deprived hell is so that we can get these streams back on track. And... because I want to do better, you know? I fucking love streaming. I love chatting and hanging out with you all. And I feel like everything else has kind of had to take like a back seat. Like all the things I've wanted to do stream-wise, all the ideas and crazy things I've cooked up. I felt like all of it's had to be, I don't know, play second fiddle to, you know, real life. And now the real life shit is actually, you know, not as stressful. Make the tool! Wait, did we have to make it as well? What's your job, mate? Again, this little vignette is a really good way of showing a lot of creativity for an upgrade system without having to fucking hand animate a shitload of stuff for a cutscene. Verdant Flow. In the UK, do they use Signal Marmite? Only for the holidays, and it's a Signal Twiglet. Numbers, who's eating whomst in this headline? Oh, cool. When you said receptacle, this was not what I meant. It's just like my driving simulators. It's just like my Japanese animes. Oh my word. Okay, so now go on jam it. So now we know which antennas to unfuck. If I say slam the jam, will you let me go? Alright. Equip the antenna. Scan the surroundings. Interesting. So yeah, we're just wholesale stealing shit out of whatever the fuck we can find. Love that for us. It's real. I always like this virtual reality style as a trope. Because on the one hand, it's like it's got a cool aesthetic, but also this feels like they found an excuse to use their like white box test environment. Okay. N466. Okay. So we can decipher puzzles and stuff with this. Oh, fuck. Woo! I will not be defeated! I will not sleep! You cannot make me! Okay. Handlebar. That's something we can solve. Okay. Jesus. The automated service is like, it's been 5 days since the distress message. The consortium offers funeral services as well. Fucking hell. Also, it looks like the objective up there is all of our different posts kind of jammed together. Okay. Whew. This is going to be a challenging week. Yeah, sleepers for the week. Oh, definitely the weekend. Oh, okay. So they've opened the door for us so we can, Yeah, you can tell me this isn't the right way. Ah. It wants me to go off on adventures. Fine. I was happy to stay in the paddling pool. I got out and you dragged me back in. Potion of wakefulness. Why do you not restore me to 100%? It's called crepe. Oh, it's his dad's crepe. Is everyone named after food here? Okay. Okay. I'm a crepe. I'm a pancake. Fuck. 'Cause I'm a crepe. I'm a pancake. What the hell am I doing here? Cave's closed. Looking forward to meeting Waffle. Kukazi, you already have. I mean, if we're being honest, going in the naming convention of this whole thing, that would be my my French name. It's Waffle. Or Waffle. Watching Will do an endurance test whilst playing an incredibly French indie game feels very us. Let's check full damage. Parkour! No fall damage! Oh yeah! I got them good knees. The good knees of a child. Now let's see if it'll let me start being a rebel. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Okay, so this is interesting. So there's nothing we can do to affect those, but we can scan for them. Okay. Huh, actual goats. Okay, but handlebar, what about this? What if you took the process of making a crepe and the process of making a waffle cone and basically made like a cheesy gordita crunch, but it's just waffle and crepe? Better than that, Favor 6. I'm driving tired. I am an advert that tells you that this is a bad idea. Oh. I'm probably just going to start nattering about, like, everything and nothing. I've made some really interesting progress with the Wanted Dead video. And one thing I got really obsessed with was trying to think of a style. But I think I'll probably end up doing it just from my little seat here, and then you'll just have to deal with me getting more and more unhinged. Because... Oh, okay. Friends, just indulge me in my wafflemancy, but feel free to ask some questions. Oh, so, Caffeine, I woke up at a decent hour after very, very, very little sleep today. And so I'm forcing my body into a reset. So I've got to stay awake until 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Then crash out proper, and then I should be golden, right? That's what I'm working on right now. This game is utterly gorgeous. And it's this French art house exploration game where, you know, you're exploring your old home planet that you've returned to after 6 years. And it's really fucking good. I am trying to not fall asleep. So I've got a monstrous tall boy energy drink, and I'm just grabbing some banter, like wherever I can find it. Core loop is good. You have your little vehicle, you drive to places, and your current goal is to unjam the communications array. So there's these varying signal jammers in different areas. But what's really cute is when you're inside the jammed area, if you try and visit your little instant messages and your missions, all the text is scrambled because the data is scrambled because you're being jammed. Oh, okay. And Hanobar, the falafel and garlic hummus as like a naan, but as a waffle cone. Just There's a place in the University District here in Seattle that does fucking god tier falafel. But I don't go out that way very often, you know, so I don't really have a reason. So good. Alright. Okay. There we go. So now we have the place where we landed on the train and kind of like the beachfront area. Ooh, so there's a few points of interest we haven't really jammed on home yet. Love to see it. Okay. Favor 6, I like where you're going. Favor 6 was saying like a taco shell, but in cone shape. That could work real well. Or it would be a delicious mess. So, for those of you outside of the US, the cheesy gordita crunch. No! J-Post, that's real cool of you. The cheesy gordita crunch is you take a hard shell and then you wrap a soft shell around it with extra cheese. And it's fucking glorious. And then you get the... Yeah, that's a good point. Sausage is just saying, this place looks great. Like, postcard worthy.
I hear waffle. AMD,
Fuck
this
off!
game was made for you, O King of Wafflemancy.
Paco! Paco. Bacon, you're not wrong. I mean, honestly, the only reason why I'm struggling with this is just sleep deprivation. This game's really fucking good. Like, really fucking good. Okay. I'm loving all of these ideas, friends, and I think this is the creativity we come together for.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, fuck off. Don't summon them! I need them to not be here for another 5 hours. They show up early and all of this suffering is for naught. But no, so Verdant and J-Post, like, thank you. As much as you're being terrors, you know, you're being terrors through the medium of keeping me the fuck alive. So I'm very grateful. So, if I haven't talked to you about it, so I'm currently working on a video. More for the rest of the world than for you lot, but I want to make a video about Wanted Dead. I genuinely think that all the other videos that have talked about it have kind of missed the point. But also, none of them have looked into, like, what it took to make that game, except for us. And it's given me a really unique perspective, right? And I started realizing that there's huge similarities between Wanted Dead and Metal Gear Survive. And then it got me down this whole tangent of like, what do you do as the ones left behind? You know? If you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, so TLDR, Wanted Dead is the people that Irigaki... Is it Irigaki? Sorry, I might be getting that super wrong, so I do apologize. But it's that... Oh, what the fuck is that? Buried Riento. does that look like a fucking horror movie?
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! I'm not sleepy! I'm not sleepy! I'm full of energy drink now. I am immune. I am immune. But yeah, so TLDR. That whole team struggled tooth and nail to make the Devil's Third, which was a fucking disaster, right? And they even tried to make the Devil's Third multiplayer online only, which only got released in, I want to say, China? It was not a good time. No one had a good time with that. But like, despite all of, you know, Iragaki's bullshit, and despite like all the best laid plans of numpties and nonsense almost merchants, like, they fucking did it, right? And then Matey Boy proceeds to quit, you know, the studio that he founded, make a different studio, and leave the remnants of his old team, I guess, to just fucking die? I don't know. Like, I don't know what his fucking thought process was there. Itagaki, thank you, Verdant. Oh, caffeine. I've not been giving this even a hint of the attention it deserves. So you'll have to forgive me that I am not a great host for talking about this part. But yeah. Oh fuck, where was I going with this? Oh yes. So yeah, so the team that this dude put together, he just ended up just leaving. Then after the disaster, he fucks off to make fucking NFT games. And they desperately use the skills they have to make Wanted Dead. And you can tell with Wanted Dead that, like, they brought as much thunder to it as they could. You know? And DJ Coil, remember, the only reason we put yellow paint in games is because users are fucking idiots. If users could find things without being told, we wouldn't have to paint them yellow. It's not devs. It's not even fucking accessibility. It's just users are fucking dumb. Yeah, red barrels, yellow paint. Okay. Sorry, DJ Coil. My apologies. But I was about to say, wait a second, you know why we put yellow paint in games. Users would just, I don't know, keel over and starve. Sorry, I like the fact that I can actually tell you lot this. One of the joys about being in the longship. Oh, Aeon, that would be funny as fuck. Sorry, the idea of a monster that dribbles yellow paint on surfaces just to confuse you. That'd be so funny. But people would riot because the yellow paint would then lead them the wrong way. And there'd be these huge forum threads about how the devs are dumb and stupid. What do you mean the yellow paint leads you the wrong way? But anyway, so jumping back. The Wanted Dead team were basically left to die by the guy that founded them. And they ended up putting out a banger of a game, despite all of the odds stacked against them. And then I think about Metal Gear Survive, that was more of a fight between, like, Kojima and Konami. But again, like, he left Fox Unit, or whatever it was called back then. You know, they built a fucking custom engine for MGS5, and what ended by being Ground Zeroes in MGS5. And then due to the spat, like, he left, and he took all the people he wanted with him. So everybody who was left to work on Metal Gear Survive was the people that Kojima didn't value enough to bring with him. Fucking cuddly shark. Like, or didn't like enough to bring with him. And they not only had to then produce a follow-up in Metal Gear Survive, but then also tank the ire of Konami, who was probably just out for blood because they've been kind of fucked over. Yeah, sorry, you're not Kojima's favorite. Now you have to make the next Metal Gear game with a sliver of the budget and none of the support, and also there's going to be an increase in how much oversight you're receiving because Konami don't trust you. Actually, Aeon, it feels like the energy drink just kicked in, so I'm trying not to chug it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Dustin, that's the thumbnail right there. Anytime it changes to... the context screen changes from, like... controller to keyboard is because I'm taking screenshots. I had it turn off the noise, but where was I? Oh yes. So like I feel for that team so much because like you know that really would suck. You know. I've been a part of some very strange game teams over the years, and they all have their weird quirks. Like, there's no... I don't know. I mean, there's got to be a perfect games team out there for you. And by you, I mean, like, the royal you, you know, for any of us, right? But... full damage. But yeah, so the idea of the pressure and reputation being put on a team, but with a fraction of the resources and a fraction of the support, like, I can't help but feel for them, you know? But the interesting thing is, like, Metal Gear Survive was definitely hyper overmanaged, right? Whereas with Wanted Dead, it feels like that team was left to their creative devices. Definitely were reaching for the stars and then had to settle for the, you know, the Asda parking lot. But that's cool. And Mental Monk, it makes me happy that that's a thing that exists. I mean, bacon, yeah. But, I mean, if I have to be honest, what I think is they kept telling Kojima that he was burning through the budget, and he kept going, yeah, whatever. You know, he kind of took this, like, I'm the star approach, and then they finally had to turn around and be like, mate, we're out of money. Like, we made this work as best we could, for, you know, thanks to... Ground Zeroes, but homie, you're out of cash. And he's like, oh, but I've only done 1.5 parts of my magnum opus epic. And I'm sure by that point they were like, mate, just fucking release it. You know? Okay, I'm not trying to absolve Konami of, like, guilt or responsibility. You know? They fucking told him he couldn't go and pick up an award. Like, fucking bellends. But I also don't think that Kojima should be considered to be like the hard done by auteur of the situation, you know? They built a custom engine for MGS5. That's not cheap. Okay. Now we can explore, and we've got to find a way to, you know, basically unjam the signal so we can get messages out. Yes, rebels, absolutely. And again, I'm not saying that it's necessarily without reason. Like, Kojima was always in the shadow of Konami, right? And like, he rose to prominence not by being, you know, some fucking Nepo baby or something. It was because, like, they just needed someone who was going to bang out a title. And that someone ended up being him. You know, Snatcher and games like that were just like, they needed a title. They needed someone to just fucking do it. He did. And he did a lot with a little. And he drew from mostly from his love of, you know, cinema and inspirations from that. If you've got time, Gunhead is on the Internet Archive. And it is one of the best, worst movies you've not seen. And there's so much of the audio and aesthetic that our matey boy Kojima just fucking wholesale lifted for his projects. And again, hey, like, inspiration comes from great places. Again, I'm not shit-talking it. It's just, you know. Dude made it work. Okay, so there's one. Oh, you're telling me the car has to be on this side? Boo! Alright, back to the car. But yeah. Oh, hang on. Woohoo! I fucking did it! Man, it's difficult being this smart and clever all the time. That all I need to do is move the vehicle closer. It's you know, it's a genius I have to live with every day. Sorry. Vernon's like, yeah, don't shit talk Kojima. Do you know Jeff Keighley's friends with him? Does Kojima know that? Oh, Dustin! Same brain so! Alright, let's check out this place. This place looks kind of rad. I'm gonna kind of find where this... But yeah, the reason why I want to do a video on Wanted Dead is that that team didn't have a brand like Metal Gear to fall behind. And admittedly, if we're being honest, the Metal Gear brand ended up being more of a curse than a help for the Metal Gear Survive team. I see you, you spooky bitch! I see you! So spooky. Spoofenst. Oh, and numbers, big same. And the fact they were allowed to roast him in very specific, like, very, I don't say personal, but, like, just literally calling him a fucking sellout to his face. Like, that wasn't a subtle roasting. Yeah, they made wrap it up jokes, they made sellout jokes. They fucking ripped the piss out of the fact that he's Kojima's best mate all the time. path does not fill me with confidence. It's me in the mornings. Okay, so this is a signal jammer. Alright, there we go. Okay, so the docks are now handled. Okay. No fall damage! French knees. They're just built better. I got all my docks in a row. But yeah, so talking about Wanted Dead, it's like this team, they didn't have a named creative. And even when they did, he was a bit of a dingus. He didn't take them with him, and they were basically left to somehow make the rancid bones of the Devil's Third into something good. Right? So creatively, like... Huh, sorry, I thought I heard like a strange animal noise. But either way, like... with Wanted Dead, there's this real, like, yes and philosophy to it that I love. Like, left without a creative, they were like, alright, let's do as much as we can. And then it's clearly... It's clear that some creative choices were because they decided that this is what they were doing. They were going to have a main character who is not a native English speaker. Like, that is something that they actively chose. But then there's other things like the ramen minigame and the karaoke, which feels like they wanted to go full Yakuza and then had to just kind of settle for Whee! They had to settle for it just being a single minigame. Now that, dear friend, is binary domain, and that's a different story. Yes, Fearless, 100%. 100%. They had designs on building a much bigger game, and they just had to fucking settle for it. And that's okay. But there's also like a bunch of other creative choices they made at the same time that are so fascinating. So stuff like the backstory being told in like hand-drawn anime, you know, the creation of kind of like a superstar character who is like a, you know, Olympic sharpshooter slash TV chef slash, you know, astute musician, but not have that person as the main character. You know, there's so many choices in Wanted Dead that if you look at them for a couple seconds, like, oh, well, that's obviously this. But the more attention you pay, the more you're like, wait, was this a creative choice or otherwise? You know? It's so unabashedly itself. And yet it doesn't beat you to death with exposition. You know? If you skip that opening cutscene, which like sets up the world, you can miss so much. And it doesn't make it your fault. Parkour! Because the French invented parkour, and then they perfected it. So that no man could best them on the field of jumping things. And then they took two of every animal. Oh. Okay, now I'm starting to feel the negative effects of the energy drink. That is... my tummy hurts. That's probably not good. And yeah, Vernon, a small game is better than no game. And knowing what to cut and what to pull together, or just going, right, everything we've made is going in. Now your brain just needs more Zoom juice. That is the Gerblin way.
Fucking wee!
Oh shit. Can't stop here, friends. This is snaky country. This is... Don't go? I think that sign's gonna stop me. Joke's on them. I can't read. But yeah, so just doing the research on that, on, you know, the whole thing with Valhalla Productions and how they had to fucking change their name because a more successful film company made them do it. You know, the whole arc of the Devil's Third going from being like the hotness to being the Wii U's biggest dud. Like, imagine coming off that project. You've crunched for like a decade, and then the whole world shits on everything you've made. The guy who was in charge has fucked off, and you're just left to like, what, hold the line? Like, what the fuck? Oh. And that's why when there's a bunch of animals together, they call it a zoo, except for when it's a farm. It's interesting though, because over on FromSoft, we're actually seeing them going back to their roots of letting team members do weird, cutesy little like side projects. Sorry, friends, I need to nip to the loo, but I'm really intrigued with what they're going to be doing with this, you know, Elden Ring Nighthawks or what have you, because it reminds me of back when FromSoft would do like a tentpole title and they do weird offshoots based on it, and it's kind of like they're going back to it. Jackie, you know what? You're not wrong. They just need to make an Elden Ring accounting software, and then the cycle is complete. Ah, thank you for letting me rant, friends. I'll be back in just a second. Sorry I'm such a mess today. thank you all for waiting, everybody. Sorry today's been such a fucking weird mess. The energy drink did its job, but I absolutely do not need 32 fluid fucking ounces of that shit. And my my innards have definitely rebelled. I did not fall asleep. I did it. But at what fucking cost? At what fucking cost? So here we go. I'm going to try and keep going for another at least half an hour. So if you wanna AMA, if you wanna ask me anything, now's the fucking time. While I drive this fucking cool ass van around. One thing I will say is, again, this is called Caravan Sandwich, but sandwich, as in a witch of sand. I really, really hope that you all will add this to your wish list and check it out, because the vibes are immaculate. This game is utterly beautiful, and it's all of the fun bits of those kind of like open exploration games with minimal amounts of that like Ubisoftian just unable to get out of its own fucking way and let you enjoy, right? Like, okay, sure, there was a paddling pool section to kind of teach us how to explore and what to do, but like, it has no qualms and let's just do our thing.
So apparently, the announcement for Elder Scrolls 6 is now as old as Skyrim was when ES6 was announced. Therefore, I'm taking bets. What comes out first, Star Citizen, Silksong or Elder...
Okay. I still think that the Silksong team, Team Sherry, had the opportunity to do the funniest shit ever and completely upstage Keeley. I still think that would have been the funniest fucking move. Oh, wait. People drink this? Drink it. You just bathed in it. Well, I don't know if you've all seen that, like, the Half-Life 3 rumors are back again. Now, I don't know if this is because of, like, the Half-Life 2 updates. I don't know if this is just because, like, that Half-Life documentary just got everybody thinking on it. But it is fascinating to be back in that space again. You know, people trying to theory craft what's going on. I find that very, very funny. You know, that in the year of Shadow the Hedgehog 2025, you know, we're talking about a new Half-Life game. I mean, again, people didn't even talk about the fact that Half-Life Alyx is the continuation of the story for years. I decided to just say fuck it to spoilers because, you know, people just didn't chat about it. And I'm kind of... I think I've talked about this a fair few times in that I'm in two minds when it comes to Silksong, because obviously I want to play it. You know, I remember when it was going to be a DLC and it had a fucking launch date. I was still sleeping on Ket's sofa when that happened. That was a sad day. That was a very sad day. Ooh, fuck. Oh. But here we are. Yeah, Verdant, maybe it's been out the entire time. Maybe they pulled a Glittermitten Grove on us. We just didn't notice. Again, would be funny as shit. You know, it's been hiding inside one of those, like, Find 100 Cats games, or, like, you know, Nana's Day Off in Punchville or something. Oh yeah, Aeon, that thing was so fucking funny. It's like, oh no, it's definitely coming. I know someone who's internally testing it, who's on the friends and family. And it's like, one, no you don't. But two, I mean, yes, Half-Life 3 technically never stopped development. It may be getting exactly as much development treatment as it was getting last year. But hey, if it does drop, then we all win. No one loses. Ugh. Sorry, Halsham was just... No, he's definitely playtesting it. My Uncle Nintendo told me so. Fuck! It's way too early to fall asleep. Sorry, a numbers. I didn't even say thank you for the 200 bits, you fucking ledge. Sorry, friend. I trundle around the wasteland.
Where I'm from, we call fries potato Jeremies.
Where the fuck are you from? Kakazi, I hope they do that. Because again, it would be so fucking funny to just upstage Keeley entirely. I just have this mental image of people suddenly getting like the message, and like the streamers who know they need to be the first to market, all just breakneck sprinting out of Keeley's presentation. Like, I think that would be fucking hilarious, but that's just me. I think a lot of things are funny. I tried desperately to stay awake when you're clearly fuck-a-doodle dude. Oh no, like seriously, I imagine it like, you know, like people getting the call. You know, the Keeley's there, yeah, plug in fucking Doritos or Gillette or something. And then suddenly we start seeing people checking their phone and then just sprinting out. Maybe not say anything, like... Maybe not letting people know what their next move is. There we go. Yeah, Keeley can't know what's happening. Would be so funny. Yeah, he's utterly confused. Like, a few people inside the auditorium are literally sprinting for the fucking door. You know, a journo just flipped someone over so they could get out there quicker. Bemused and trying to hold composure, Keeley would ask, like, what's going on, everybody? But no one would answer. They know what they need to do. They know where they need to be. Sorry, I guess I got Metal Gear on the brain. I do not want to have to play Metal Gear Survive again, though. I did my time with that. Because I want to like Metal Gear Survive. No fall damage! I really wanted to like it. And when the game is allowed to get out of its own fucking way, it's not bad. Like, I think you could have a much worse time with a co-op game with friends. But the amount of mandatory fucking bullshit between you and where you need to be... Yeah. My skin's gonna be fucking pissed at me. Sorry, I don't really do a lot of things taking my my skin's concerns into account, but these forced resets always end up with me having, like, bad news bears. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do another 15 minutes at least. At least. If I make it 6, then I can put on a stupid video game and just go non-communicative for a couple hours. have some food, and then I will be within the 9 to 10 p.m. o'clock. We're doing this. We're doing this. Okay. Sometimes you reset your sleep by charging on head first and talking to a frog. Very glad you all are here. If I wasn't talking to you lot, I'd be talking to the poor guinea pigs. Yeah, and Kakazi, I like that. Yeah, Vanderbeest, do it for the nuggies. Oh, I guess I just solved a thing without really paying attention. Go me! Oh. It's weird. Do you think after all this time, they'd either plan for better murders or they'd stop expecting you to die? Like, they're doing a lot of expecting and not a lot of delivering. I mean, I'm good. I live in a world where the only person trying to kill me these days is me. And, what can I say? My would-be assassin's an asshole. Fucking sharks. Fucking lasers on their heads. That looks like a giant crashed spaceship. And considering, if we can't get irradiated, let's go check it out. God, but yeah, it would be so funny because Keely's, like, excuse me, the Game Awards is heavily scripted, right? Like, it's scripted, it's rehearsed, etc. But the idea that Keely would like have to continue and try and hype up to a room of no people. Like, TikTok showed me TikTok shows me a lot of stupid stuff, I'll be honest. You know, I go through a lot until I get to the grade A goodness. Or the quasi shit posts, but the one I encountered was 2 guys buying out every single ticket for their mate's comedy gig on a particular evening. So it's just the 2 of them in the front row, just Waldorf and Statler in it, and there's no one else in the theatre. There's no one else in the bar. There's no one. It's just them and the one fucking comedian on stage. And I'm like, I would never want to do that to another person, and I'd never want to do that to any of you. But Keely, boy howdy, would that be fucking funny. Yo, Mr. Keegles, it's looking like for tonight's show we've sold out of every ticket for the Game Awards. All of them. Oh wow, that's pretty awesome. Ah! And it's just me looking like actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Excuse me. I'm fighting it, friends. I'm fighting it as best I can. I'm fighting a losing battle a little. Alright, mental monk. I'll see you in bed. That came out wrong. What I meant is that I'll catch you up in 4 hours and... Oh, its siren's song is deeply seductive. Well, see, Numbers, I thought about that, right? But then I realised that if they knew no one was going to show up, you know, they might start inviting mates. They might start trying to make it look as if people came round, right?
I thought you said we sold out. Why is my audience just Simon Pegg?
I mean, he made Mission Impossible movies. He did his fair share. Oh yeah, no, so numbers like if Kegels knew no one was turning up, I think he'd like, I don't know if he'd hire actors, I don't know if he'd just call in every mate he had. But like if 2 days before the Game Awards no one had bought any tickets, I think he'd counter it. That's why if we bought every ticket, he'd be thinking shitloads of people are coming. And then he turns on the house lights and there's no one. You know, there's the few people that he's invited, like from the journos list, and then there's just like 2 of Longship in the middle of the hall on 2 seats, being like, "Speak up, Keeley! Wrap it up, mate!" That's a little bit sadistic, I know, but that's just where my brain went. What? Okay, it's me and someone in a blobby costume. God, that would be a fucking threat and a half. Remarkably well preserved tyres. Whew. Whew. Oh no, Jedi, don't talk to me about naps. I'm trying to sleep reset at the moment, and it's, I mean, I haven't fallen asleep, so that's good, but like, we're making it to the 5-hour mark, and then I might have to tap out so I can go kind of like non-communicative, because I am oh, it's all hitting. It's all hitting. Okay, stand up. Shake it off. Anyway, so Jedi, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. And you know, 5 hours is a good stream. Like, poor cow. Poor cow. Poor cow. Poor cow. Pachow. No one knows how cool I am. But, Oh yeah, no, and like, I understand the Blobby lore. Like, Noel Edmonds found what he thought was the Mr. Blobby suit in the basement of his house party, and he wore it initially, and then he realised that he couldn't remember what was going on or who he was when he wore the Blobby suit, and then, well, he no longer wore the Blobby suit at all, and yet still they blobbied. Oh. I can't even stop you. Oh, well, Jedi, it's good to see you. My goal, and one of the reasons why I'm doing this, like, miserable sleep reset is because I've been... Hey! The wolf! Makes us 3 raids deep. There we go. So... Wolf and... Volk Husky, Watto and welcome, how are you doing? Tell me your tales. This is Caravan Sandwich, as in Wicked Witch. It is really good. I am currently fighting my sleep patterns. I'm in the process of doing like a full reset. So I will keep going for as long as I can. Like, obviously the raid and the enthusiasm is definitely a boon right now that is very welcome. Oh, stream of Winter Breaks, you were streaming SnowRunner. Smart, smart. What you did there, I fucking saw it. But yeah, this game is fucking good. I'm I'm struggling. But I'm going to keep going. Because if I don't, and I fall asleep too early, then that means that I will have to start this whole process again. And I've gone through too much to give up now. No, Legend, one, like I'm already at the Sleepy Sleepsville, but kind of two, oh boy howdy. The chance of it doing more harm than good is quite high, because that's the thing, I think I had like half of that. So I just had like, 16 ounces of energy drink. No. I definitely just had a lot. Oh, and Wolf, good luck, friend. Good luck. Like, mine's not for bad reasons. I finally caught up on sleep. Over the Christmas break and whatnot, whilst having moved into the new place and being able to rest more has been fucking great. But it's resulted in me turning into a complete fucking night owl. Like, I'm a creature of the night. It is neither sane nor healthy. Whew. Sorry, that was another wave. Comes in waves!
Hello, babies. Hello, cuties. Yeah, who's my cutie? Who's my cutie? Who's my cutie? Who's my cutie?
Okay. So yeah, but I'm glad SnowRunner was good. As I said, this game is gorgeous and beautiful and inspired, and I'm so sorry I'm not doing it justice. I really seriously hope you all will pick it up and give it its fair shout, because it fucking deserves it, And I tell you, friends, whenever I finally crap out and decide to just go play Stalker 2 and just be non-communicative, I will find a lovely person for us all to raid in on. So I'm not going to just like leave you all high and dry. But yeah, I'm trying to get myself back to like starting at noon. I'm trying to get to the point. Oh, we climbed this before. I just came at it from a weird angle. All right. I definitely can't do push-ups. That is a mathematical impossibility. But I love that you believe in me, Vanderbeest. I love that. Whee! I mean, Kakazi, I'm quite. Yeah, so Ket, I might also go for a little trundle. Just get some air and stuff like that. I know I gotta beat this. And I can. I really can. And Kakazi, I'm in two minds about that, right? Because, like, y'all are here partially for the banter, partially just to support me. And I love that. Like, I'm stupidly lucky to have y'all as a squad. But you know me, like, I like to think of myself as a little host. And I hate the idea of, like, inviting you all around my house and then fucking ignoring you. Sorry if I've told you this story, like, 8 times, but I'm just gonna let the story muse carry me. In that, I have, with upsetting clarity burnt into my noggin, the time I got invited around a friend's house. And we used to do this thing where we usually go around one person's house each weekend and play video games, And what we played and how we played it would vary depending on who was there and whatnot. So, like, Nate had a PS2, so when he came round, we'd usually do that, like, a till we beat, except for every time you die, you pass the pad, that kind of, like, classic thing, right? Then we all got really into Phantasy Star Online, and we play split screen pretty much every fucking weekend. And it was a good time. Like, it really was. Sorry. Whew. God, we need a lot for whatever this next thing is. But one particular weekend, it was just me and Fuzz, and he invited me around, like usual, and dude was playing Ultima Online. And this is ultimately what got me into it, pun intended. But, like, he didn't let me have a go at playing it until the second fucking day. Not even joking. And so the first day was just me there, and dude's just playing an MMO. And I'm just supposed to, like, exist around it or something? Like, neither of us had really gotten the MMO bug before, so we didn't have the inoculation that we have now, thanks to Ultima Online. And on the second day, he let me make a character, and we actually, like, did stuff. But, like, for an afternoon and an evening, it was just, you know, me being left to my own devices. I think I talked to his mum more than anything else. And, like, I'm not saying this because I bear a grudge, but it's such a pronounced memory of mine that, especially for streams and stuff like that, you know, that's how I try never to be for you lot. You know, oh, cool, you took time out of your day to come, you know, hang out here and watch me. Oh, that's so cool. I shall now ignore you and play Stalker 2. And, like, the thing I'm loving about Stalker is how methodically slow it is when I play it. Because, like, you know, I saw the guides. I saw the things that were like, you know, make sure your weight is always in the green. You know, don't overload on goodies and whatnot. And then here I am being like, I'm going to overload on everything and just walk really slowly. Oh. I may have just gotten myself trapped. Okay, we're good. Oh shit, look, it's the creepy hat. The hat with the strange symbol. I know you're here. Maybe Legend. The only reason why I probably won't be doing that this evening is because, I'm not saying this to just be a fucking cheeseball, but there's a comfort. I like hanging out with you all in Discord. There's, like, it's a nice way to relax. And until I'm ready to, like, conk out, I've got to kind of, got to keep them, their nonsense going, you know? And Kakazi, you make a good point, you know. These are different times. But I will say that a lot of the joy from Stalker 2 is just the exploration of it. Like, it's not an overly pronounced game. There is a main story, you can follow it. But it's more RPG and experience than it is, like, shooty gun bang the long way. If that makes a weird sense. So, like, you are playing as a character. There is a story. You know, you get ambushed early on while you're using your, like, MacGuffin Hunter. And the MacGuffin Hunter is taken from you, and then you spend time finding out why the MacGuffin Hunter is gone. But everything in between, well, that's up to you. Like, you do what you wanna. And it's not like a Bethesda-esque game where, like, you know, if you kind of hedge your bets and play safely, you get to do a bit of everything. No, in this, it's like...
Caravan sandwich, no sleep till breakdown.
Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-doo, doom, doo-doo, doo-doo, breakdown! Trying to remember the line from Men in Black. We operate in a 32-hour day. You'll get used to it, or you'll have a psychotic episode. And Dustin, thank you for the bits as well. Kakazi was saying they've never played Stalker, but they did watch a streamer play it, quite a bit of it, and are absorbed by the game. Just enjoy the weird shit they encountered. Aye, true. I will say though, if you're on a lower end PC or if you're on a budget, let me see if I've got the link to hand. Oh, excuse me, strange red-headed French child. Where is it? Shogu. Here we go. Hang on, bear with me just a second. I've got the old version stored. Okay, here we go. Stalker Anomaly. Okay. So, okay, does anyone here not know the story of the Stalker games? The quick TLDR, if you haven't encountered them, was that it was an Eastern European developer who made a series of kind of shooty gun bang survival games, predominantly based on, you know, the roadside picnic, you know, Metro, those kinds of like Slavic sci-fi goodness. It was bleak and it was difficult and it was hard. It required a lot of like learning and understanding, which was incredibly different to anything that anybody else was putting out at the time, right? Make sure I put the correct one. Cool. And so as janky and as weird as those games were, they gained a huge like cult following. These days it's far more common to come across games that have like realistic guns or weapons you have to maintain and shit like that, you know. They were doing a lot of cool shit that Fallout 3 would ultimately emulate in a more user-friendly way. But again, their releases were fucking janky, to say the least. Stalker Anomaly is interesting because it's a rebuild of, I want to say, Call of Deprivation, but don't quote me on that one because I am sleepy. I am, as Kyle would say, sleepy bitch. And again, I'm probably telling you all stuff you know, but just in case there's anybody here. So the thing I linked in chat, that's a full rebuild. You do not need the original game. It is a standalone mod. They released the source code when the studio went under. Ah, yes. What's really interesting is that throughout the like Eastern European developer scene, like the Stalkers kind of became, the Stalker development team, I should just call them the Stalkers. But they kind of became like the cool kids, right? Like most of the games that you think of that came out of like that sphere of the world that slapped either had or will claim to have had one of the Stalker devs on it. So like, again, Metro, Tarkov, a bunch of others. There was a lot during the Battle Royale craze that sadly didn't make it. But they certainly were interesting. No fall damage! No fall damage! No fall damage! Clonk. Oh, okay, so Rebels, welcome to the Mac Daddy, if you will. But yeah, so the thing that I just linked, that is a mod rebuild of the old stuff. And it is very, very useful because you get all of the flavor in a much more stable and easy to run package. And the team who were working on it, they added a bunch of new features. So things like a roguelike mode, the ability to start as different factions, and because it's the older version, while it still has the jank, it also has none of the explanations of like anomalies, artifacts, things like that. If you've never encountered it, it's an incredible time. It's a journey. It will not tell you what you need to do. You will have to explore the zone like you've never been there. Like you've never played a shooty gun bang before. So Cold Ankles, I believe it has the main plot, but it also has custom side stories for the different factions, if I remember rightly. But I need to boot it up again. But yeah, because Stalker 2 is very, very good. It is very PC intensive. And I don't think I'd be able to do even an iota of the things that I'm doing if I was just running it off the old rig, you know what I mean? Okay. Well, Cold Ankles, I mean, that makes a whole bunch of sense. And to be honest, it's the world that really matters. Like, I got to Newbie Village in Stalker 2, and I'm like, oh shit, I know this place. It felt really good. Like, they fucking nailed it. And some of the newer anomalies are so interesting. And you have to be on your toes because none of it will be explained to you. So you have to kind of watch and see how these varying things are affected, to see, you know, what does what to what. Probably gave my poor little guy fucking heart disease because I won't explain the anomaly because, again, part of the fun, but there was a situation where I had to just neck, like, probably about 15 energy drinks in a row to get where I needed to. And, yeah, I definitely gave my guy heart disease. Now, I will say that the one that I'm really looking forward to is still Project Silverfish, because the thing about Stalker 2 is that it is an incredible sequel to a franchise. If you know the Stalker games, you know what's coming. You know what's going to happen. And that's okay. It's not a critique by any means. But in the same breath, it's like, there's very little that's really going to catch you off guard. And once you crest the hill, it becomes more about like exploring this colourful yet bleak wasteland. Now, Project Silverfish is a wonderful queer dev who is making basically their version, right? They are currently putting together like their own Stalker game. You know, the area is unique, the anomalies are strange and different. Ah, so you've played Pathologic. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Yeah, Stalker isn't nearly as brutal as Pathologic. But then, I don't think that Pathologic would have been as brutal had it not been for Stalker and its predecessors. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Stalker franchise kind of said out loud, it's okay to be that way. It's okay to be a fucking menace. But yeah, Project Silverfish is still ongoing, and it's the same dev that made Attica, which was one of my absolute favourite indie shooters of all time. Because here's my thing, is like, I enjoy games with realistic firearms. But most games that have really good firearms or firearm simulation are, let me check my notes here, fucking boring. They are boring. You notice that I got through that wave of exhaustion and now I can just natter. I got this. So it's like trying to find games that have good shooty gun bang, and it isn't the same nonsense like again and again and again. And Attica and its zone patrol mode were absolutely that. Stalker 2 feels comfortable, right? Like, it's a hard one to describe, right? Because it's not comfort in the sense of like this is a warm and cozy game with no downside, right? It's comfortable in the sense of like, I know this world. This is my world. You know, I know Newbie Village. I know the areas I've been to. I got to, was it like the waste treatment plant, or what have you? And when they sent me over there, I was like, I'm fucking trained for this. Because when I first played Stalker, I got lost. And so I just explored. And I got my dumbass killed a few times. And I definitely found some shit I wasn't supposed to. Like, that was the experience I had, and I think it's a good one to have, you know? So Zero Seven style zombie survival with random maps. Hang on, if I pause this a second, I might have been gifted a copy of that. Kill Night, Fight Night, Night Runners. Because I definitely got given a Zero Seven-like title, which I haven't tried yet, just because I'm afraid of it. So you said Night... Oh, I can't even fucking spell. Night Raider. Night Raider is an adventurous... Okay. This looks kind of fascinating. Huh. No, that is fascinating. Thank you. Sorry, Wolf was just talking about paratropic. You know, a lemon so strong that it kills your brain. Lemon. Lemon survivor. Actually, I don't think I fucked around here. Let's go check it out. Blood Running was the one I got gifted. Legend, that was you that gifted it to me, wasn't it? Okay. Sorry, again, I'm working on fucking smooth brain time. And again, thank you for that. But yeah, I saw one team was working on like a Tarkov roguelike, but that team, as interesting as that concept is, they are a million miles away from actually delivering it. So I'm trying not to get hype about it yet. Because, you know, it's one of those things that if they actually do deliver it, it'll slap. But they've actually got to do it first. Honestly, I could just... There's so much of this world I could just happily explore. No! My tiny legs! Oh, there we go. Almost missed that. Jobs are good. Where were we? But yeah, it's so interesting because, like, Stalker 2 was never a huge commercial success. It did fine, but, like, you know, I guess with it being, I believe the dev team was based out of Poland initially. Don't quote me on that. Like, they didn't need huge international sales to make bank. So it was Ukraine from the start. Cool. Good on them. Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound patronizing. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misquoting. It's one of those fascinating series that had such a huge impact. Though, the thing I find fascinating is that due to its more cinematic and more digestible nature, I think it's fair to say the Metro series probably did better, like, internationally. Because it's way easier to understand. Even though it's a bit more surreal in places, you know, because you are playing a story that's very, very well laid out, like, it makes more sense. Though what was interesting is that when Metro moved from being a linear experience to, like, quasi-open world, it definitely struggled. And I've been thinking about that a fair wedge whilst I've been playing Stalker 2, that, like, Metro Exodus had a lot of polish. Oh, fucking ninjas. Come back here, I'm gonna ninja your shoot! It had a lot of polish, but it didn't know how to be interesting. Right? The fascinating thing with the philosophy around Stalker is you can be wrong. You can get yourself into a situation that you can't get out of. You know? Take the zone lightly and it will take you out. Oh. Hey, why did I open the bloody door then? It's nowhere to bloody go! Alright, back in the car. A big balloon over there. Let's go check it out. But no, I find that really interesting. Metro Exodus is a game I would love to take a crack at, do like a second time. Oh. Jeez. So Rebels, I've talked about Kenshi a lot. I have yet to stream it. Because if you don't have someone who speaks the language of that game with you, it's an exercise in, like, frustration and futility. If you haven't encountered it, Kenshi is essentially like a third-person RPG. It has an insane amount of reactive systems, and the length and depth that you can go to in that game is ridiculous. But it is not built to be user-friendly in any way, shape, or form, you know. It certainly is a game, but that game is not your friend. Oh yeah, Phyllis, the Uncle Sam DLC was really good. I mean, it was a new version of the core game, but focusing on, like, the open world bits. Love it. God, just watching this child run around is making me tired. And hey, I said I was only going to go for another 15 minutes. Look at me, I've done another half an hour. Fucking wee. Aha, alright. There we go. Busted a whole bunch of places. Yeah. And Rebels, I think it's okay so long as you go into it knowing you're going to fail and it's an experiment, it's playing around. Like, like Phyllis was saying, we treat it like... If we treat that shit like it's Dwarf Fortress, you can have such a good time with it. If you treat it like a traditional RPG, you're going to have a miserable time because, like, Kenshin is more simulation than anything else. No. I'm not feeling too calm here. Welcome to my life. But like the sheer amount of reactive systems and how deep you can go on it is fucking ridiculous. What some people will do is like they'll start off in the worst possible situation, like as a one-armed slave in a post-apocalyptic samurai town, and then try and battle their way to victory. I'm going to check up here first before I zip wire over. They're kind of like people who do those runs of, I don't know, like, come on brain, you know where we're going. Hearts of Iron and stuff like that as like the most ill-equipped country of all time. Of course I need a pulley. Of course I am. Good, good. He's a fucking liability. Yeah. But Rebels, it's like, you ask a lot of users with games like Kenshin. Now, Kenshin continues to sell like year in, year out because there isn't anything else like it. And for numpties like me, if you can get to grips with it as a person who streams, then in terms of like generating your own story, it's second to none. It's incredible. But you've already got to have like a level of literacy with it, which is much easier said than done. Kind of like, I want to say Sub Rosa? Is it Sub Rosa? The multiplayer hella simulated one where you like control all of your characters like limbs and shit. It's not quite, but playing it feels like if Payday and Quap had a heinous love baby. And no, I also did not think I would be saying the term heinous love baby on Twitch.television today as part of my fucking, like, as part of keeping my fucking household alive. Whew, okay. I don't know. I do love those kind of like emergent narrative games. And hell, I love the kinds of emergent narrative games where it's not just an excuse to do fucking nothing. Tarkov, I'm looking at you. Heinous love baby to the tune of Love Shack. Oh yeah, and if my sleep-deprived state wasn't communicating it, like, this game is really good fun. Like, exploring this is fucking great. And, like, all of the movement feels really fucking good. Which is always one of the things that's really hard to show you. Aside from, like, bringing my hands up and being like, whoa, I'm playing video games, this is so fun! It's the Will stamp of approval right there. I do this for a living. You lot literally keep me alive while I'm just being a sleepy dingus. No, thank you, Rebels. It plays fucking great. And again, they get that a lot of players will want to just rush off and go explore because there isn't a combat system to stop them. Like, the way this whole world is constructed is kind of fascinating when you think about it. Because usually in an open world, one of the tools that you can use to stop people from just like either getting lost or getting themselves deep into content they're not ready for is you can have big old mean things that'll, let me check my notes again, fucking kill them. Sorry, trying not to drive the buggy through the only source of water. People get grumpy about that. It's like, wah. You fucking broke my only supply of water for thousands of miles around. Like, Jesus. Just drink Dr. Pepper, get over it. Good. I don't even like Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Sleepy... Not my problem. Sleepy Dingus is a very good nickname. It's a little close to Frisky Dingo, but that's another story. The story of Proto Archer. Sorry, I understand that I'm on like 0 filter mode, so I'm trying not to just tell you the same stories like ad nauseum, you know? Whew. Okay, that was another wave. Okay, my dear friends. I think that's as much as I've got in the tank. Did 5.5 hours. It's 6:30 here in Seattle, so that means I just need to stay awake for 3.5 hours more. And I can just kind of like slip into the zone, get mischievous. Like, and I'm just gonna quickly see who I can... Oh, that's double will, no one wants that. Who can I pass you all on to after this? Let's see what we've got. Let me just check to see who's up to what before I throw you all around. Okay. So before I roll credits, friends, where would you like to go after this? I've got multiplayer stream games, you know, the kind of like stream party games. I've got indie spoops, and I've got book night. Oh wait, no, that's tarot reading. Decisions. Yeah, I mean, it's all involving stuff. Oh, and I did actually get enough stuff to... Hang on, if I go return to the garage, I can unlock the little the thing while I'm rolling credits. No, Kakazi, the, like... Pleasure's all mine, friend. Like, thank you all for putting up with me today. Before I roll credits, and whilst you're choosing where you want to go after this, like, seriously, this game is exceptional. Like, if you need to spend, like, a lovely Sunday afternoon, or just, like, you know, take a break in a warm summer camping trip, this is the game, alright? This is the game. Alright? Oh, I need one more green piece. Ah, boo. Alright. No, this is a good excuse for me to get my arse in gear. But no, please, please, please. This is Caravan Sandwich. Please give it the time of day, because it's such a beautiful game, and I didn't engage with it like we usually do. I didn't give it the care and the love that it deserves. So, I hope you have a good time with it. But, to that end, it's time for me to say my thank yous. Friends, you have put up with me being a sleepy mess for 5.5, nearly 6 hours. Thank you. I don't know if I would have made it through today without your backup, friends. So I mean it when I say sincerely thank you. We've had multiple raids, which I really appreciate. Like, any raid is a compliment, right? You're trusting me with your homies. And you lot threw in so many bits. I did say don't be terrorists today, and apparently you all took that as a fucking threat. So thank you. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people, because the reason I get to keep doing this, the reason I get to sit here in front of you day in, day out, is because you lot literally yeet cash at me. So thank you, you know? You lot are worth unfucking my sleep schedule for. Yes, this is difficult, and yes, this is not easy, but you lot are fucking worth it. And to that end, so I'd like to say thank you to Wraith, Quasi, Rilu, Gilmar Greyjoy, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Captain Hillian. We had 2 captains in, nice. Varbles, Catastros, Shrub from Tomorrow, Red Burning Dragon, Down Under Dwarf, Handlebar Orion, Sleep Master, and Sleepy Will. Whether you were being House Carl criminals gifting subs or celebrating 75 months, thank you. As you know by now, if you want to keep this thing going, bits and donations are the big thing. So to Ehrman, Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Catastros, Quasimoto, Fearless Sun, Some Numbers, Alnus, Pun Spectre, Wolfcrad, The Mental Monk, J-Post, Down Under Dwarf, Vanderbeast, Dust in Your Eyes, Legend of Morad, Navalis, Rebels Without Applause, and the Holy Bus Crusader. Seriously, fucking thank you. Don't worry, Caffeine, I'm going to go for a stroll after this. And on the subject of caffeine, I'd like to say thank you to the whole mod team, to Caffeine, Nova, and Rhymes and Moose, continuing to put up with my bizarre lifestyle. Thank you all. And to Restless Roots, Wolf, and Captain Hillian, like all of you, thank you. Like I said, like any raid is a huge compliment. So thank you, friends. Alright? Like seriously. Now, did you all decide if you wanted to play some party games, have some cheeky spoops, or I guess commune with the spirits? I guess it's like, how active are you all feeling? Chat is EP. Okay. Then I'm going to pass you over to... Okay, I'm going to pass you over once again to... Oh no, please don't. Because they are having some, like, cozy shit going on. And it looks real nice. Because, here's the thing. I never suggest raiding into people that I wouldn't personally watch myself. Like, I'm lucky enough to have so many wonderful streamer homies that it's like... It's... I almost said it's like Sophie's Choice. It's not like Sophie's Choice. That's very different. So let's go dispense the co's. Please, please, please pass on my thank yous and all of your good selves to them, because I'm just gonna hit the raid, turn up the stream, put my shoes on and go for a trundle, because it's nice and cold outside and it'll wake me up for a bit and it'll be lovely. And then I've got, you know, some tasty leftovers and some shooty gun bang to keep me going for a few hours. I worry that if I sit and natter with them, I'm gonna pass the fuck out. So seriously, you have all been so lovely and so kind, you know? I know I didn't do the game justice, but what a beautiful game to just sit and soak in. And, like, what's that if not fucking brilliant? Alright, now, whatever you do with the rest of your night, have a fucking good one. And yeah, tomorrow it's back for Therapy Sword. Yeah, Caffeine, we could return to this. We could. All right. Love you all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And to be continued. Whew. But how? Don't know what I'm saying.